80s. Let's start the 80s. The early 80s, 80, 91. Of the session, and good morning, elders. Nice to meet most of you, our teachers and mentors. I'm Dr. Mlindo Geoffrey, the Secretary of the UMA Elders Forum, 1992 cohort. I think most of my colleagues are not around, and I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Morning, elders and my teachers. My name is Afi Emmanuel. I joined in 1984, and I did postgraduate in the anatomical pathology. I worked in Lago, I worked in the show, and now I'm at Soroti University. You're not sure.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Immaculate Aseo, 1984 cohort, and then I practice basically in South Africa, Mtata. I did pediatrics, and I was mostly in private practice. I came back home here in 2019, and I'm based in Tororo. Basically doing more of my own things now. So thank you.
A round of applause for the 60s. A round of applause for the 60s. For the 70s. I did that just to introduce something. You know, Margaret Mungerela, was she 81 or 82?
No, 70.
Yes, one time I upset her, you know, when we were young, saying, you're not doing enough. She told me, Buku, when I was doing internship, you were still in Pampers. She's one of my greatest mentors. Okay. Dr. Bizzle, my former president, said, you know, this is the main reason we are here, because I wanted to quickly keep time. Because the elders kept saying, this is the conference. So the conference is proceeding very well. Okay? Do we have the 80s, any 80s here? Okay. Online 80s, I see the Dr. Kadama's online, Harriet, are they in the 80s? Christina? Can we have Christina? Do you want to unmute Christina? Okay, maybe I keep in touch with them, send them messages so that when they are ready, we can just talk. Yes.
Good morning, elders and my teachers. I must am too young to stand and talk to you, despite my name is Emuria Fred, cohort 1988. I'm happy you're here, and this is where I work and teach. I teach in the Department of Surgery.
Dr. or Professor Kiri is a ecologist. Am I correct? Yes, I wanted to add that. Because they are elders here, my friend. Yes. 80s, okay, let's go to 90s, 1990. Oh, 80s here, please bring the mic. And the mic is yellow, just to balance things out. Because I'm in the red.
I bring the yellow one.
Yeah, no. I just wanted to make Dr. Namara very happy.
Okay, I'm Samuel Kawibu. I'm speaking on a blue mic. I'm the current dean, School of Sciences, Soroti University, and the host. You're welcome. I'm a cohort of 1989, just after Professor Chinia. Oh, you want me to? I followed Professor Chinia, Fred, and happened to be sharing some classes together, especially when it came to clinical teaching and the professorship of the late Professor Melo. I'm a gynecologist by training. Thank you, and welcome.
Anybody else in the 80s? Okay, let's give a round of applause for the president of the Medical Association. Okay. A round of applause to the 80s. Oh, we have 80s still? Oh, hold on. The president is in the house. Maybe you could stand up and wave to your people, Mr. President. He's the first presenter, then the Secretary General, Dr. Mirembe. He has just waited, by the way. Stand up properly. Yeah. He doesn't like to put on ties. And then we have the Publicity Secretary here, Dr. Muyanga. They have introduced themselves in their respective cohorts. And then I saw the former registrar of the Medical Council, who also walked in, and I thought we should just recognize him. He's very happy to do the summer shirt. You can see that he's not like Professor Okuro's former boss, who is in a tie. You know, that is our church, isn't it? A mosque, professionally speaking.
All right, let's have the 90s, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kobe Joseph. You're always Soroti and the senior surgeon by default. Thank you.
A sigh of relief. We've been struggling for the title, Cohort 90. We are now settled. There's a group of elders who had a duel last week, a reunion, and surprisingly, we saw in their chat, somebody forwarded a message and they were saying they are Cohort 90. That's when they completed. Yes, me, Epodo, Richard here, and many others, we are the ones who joined in 1990. So we had some bit of debate. In the last 1 week, we've been exchanging a lot of messages. What defines a cohort? Is it there they joined an institution, or there they left? And the argument was, the year we joined brings more strong memories than the year we left. So it's better we define ourselves by the year we joined, because there was a lot of excitement, a lot of sharing, and from here and from there. But I told the group, don't worry, we are going to meet with some of these elders. We won't fight with them for a title or a description. We are going to sit on a round table. Now, unfortunately, none of them is here. I've not had Cohort 85. But from today on, I think we are going to advise them to change and they call themselves Cohort 85 and Cohort 90, Dr. Fred Wiso and ENT Samuel. Thank you.
Cohort 90, Richard Idro, consultant pediatrician and pediatric neurologist, and current deputy principal at the College of Health Sciences, Makerere University. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm John Ekure, Cohort 91. I'm an orthopedic surgeon and proprietor of the Orthopedic Center in Kumu. Thank you.
Cohort 92. My name is Dr. Francis. I'm a Sangain and I help the Sangain Hospital.
Thank you. I'm Matamon Benedicto, Cohort 93. I'm a consultant ophthalmologist and hospital director at Soroti Hospital.
I know you're in the 90s. Any other person in the 90s? Yeah, 90s.
Morning, everyone. Happy New Year. I'm Professor Jacob Margaret, Cohort, to be exact. We joined on the 29th of October 1995, and I can see my friend there. Yes, very close, I did it. Yes. You're welcome to Soroti. I'm a consultant surgeon, Soroti Regional Referral Hospital. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor.
Just hold on, we have the sequence right. Someone should be. Camera, you take the photo when they are having the microphone. You seem to have lost that thing. You take her photo when she has that. Is Professor Tim ready anyway? He says he's ready. Let him speak. Let him just tell me that.
I'm just proceeding.
Professor Tim, go ahead.
Hello? I am Professor Marcel Andrew Otim from Obalana, northern part of Teso. I welcome you to our area. I joined the medical school in 1963. Did the people in 1 year, we are the people who are experimented on the 1 year anatomy and physiology, and did clinical medicine in 4 years. I'm happy to tell you that I was a UMA Secretary General from 1976 up to 1979, when they began killing doctors, and many of us ran away to exile. Then when I came back in 1980, I served as the Vice President with Dr. George Kiria up to 1984. I'm very happy to note that many of you have passed through my hands, and as you all know, I have worked extensively in diabetes mellitus and other non-communicable diseases, being a founder member of the Uganda Chronic Disease Association, the NCDD, and founder member in 2010 to 2022. Currently, I am here at Nakasero Hospital, serving as a chief physician. My message is that don't retire too early. If you do, please keep on working either private or with colleagues. I am also proud to tell you that I built a hospital at Obalanga, which structures I have given to the Catholic Church. I welcome you, Professor, and thank you for the proceeding. Continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, the elders, the seniors, and all the colleagues around. My name is Dr. Charles Oruko Knight, cohort 96 to be exact, Makerere Medical School, of course. But before I proceed, maybe just something a little special with my people. Dr. Alfred Ogwan here, our classmates in S1, and I had someone speak about was it liberation? We also had a version of liberation around 86, where we had to walk, carrying mattresses on our heads, moving back to the villages where we were coming from. Those memories never fade. And good enough, that's exactly where I work now, where I studied in O-level. But again, on the same table, Dr. John, the brother here, we drank water from the same well in some village, somewhere in Soroti. So it's nice being on this table. Currently I work in Emuria as a district health officer. But before then, I'd been engaged in a lot of disease surveillance work with World Health Organization in the northern part of Uganda and with the region up to about a year ago. Thank you very much for that.
Judy.
I'm called Dr. Judy Oricheliza. I'm cohort 95. I started with my friend, Mary. Yeah. I am a pediatrician, a senior pediatrician. I'm now teaching in King Caesar University, but it is in Mulago Hospital. Thank you. If you want to ask me, there is no problem.
Julie was the CPD chief, the UMJ editor during our time in the UMA.
It's time said we have some introductions online. We have Dr. Dennis Tindiova, pediatrician, who was cohort 1974 to 1979. And we also have Professor Donald H. Amu Druza Amoko, who was of the cohort of 1974 to 1979, and is a gynecologist.
Any other? Is that all?
So far, that is it.
Okay, then keep engaging them, keep engaging. Anybody in the 90s? Yes, we have Dr. Ataro.
Good morning. I salute all my elders. I have multiple cohorts because cohort 76 to 81, my father was in that group. And while anatomy was difficult, he convinced my mother, and thereby I was born. As I was finishing first year, I was born. So I'm part of that cohort. Dr. Collins Okwoleng is a family physician in Australia. He has sent regards to his team. He's still practicing. I'm Ataro Ayela Stephen. I'm a clinical epidemiologist, also a project management specialist, and a primary care sports physician. The clinical medicine I practice now is sports and wellness, which is a hot cake for the elders. I work with Dr. Warren Namara as Assistant Director in the Health Monitoring Unit. And also in UMA, I'm the Chair of Sports and Wellness Program and a former Vice President under Professor Idro's leadership. Thank you. And I play music. I play music. I lead the UMA's Doctors Band that has many women guitarists. One time I politically fronted 3 ladies to play guitar before the Vice President, and that was the story. They didn't see any man playing. Thank you.
Anybody in the 90s? So, 90s, I'll introduce myself. 1998, Dr. Ekwaro Obuku, past president UMA. I actually joined medical school by good luck. I had got BSc flat, but because I used to play basketball, I got the National Council of Sports scholarship, and I was lucky to meet very clever people like you, and I became a doctor. I've hardly practiced clinical medicine. I practiced medical politics, which I excel, and I see people like Dr. So and so, they are doing well, their BMI is okay now. I'm currently a member of the Uganda People's Congress, and that's why I'm putting on weight. I've just come from the last rallies of Honorable Betty Amongi, who has been saying bye-bye to the constituency and introducing some of us for the past 1 week, Congress of the People. Many of your fathers are there, by the way. If you look properly, if there are those books there, send them to me. And any other thing that can come through phone is also welcome. Okay, that is the 90s. And my father was with them, Dr. John Brian Afuku. He died as medical superintendent of Mubende, as he was just becoming a regional farmer. Thank you very much. Any other person in the 90s? Let's go to the 2000s. Before I forget, I'm requesting for your support in NFL. 2000s? Nobody in the 2000s? There must be somebody, Mr. President. You cannot be. Anybody in the 2000s? Yes, there must be somebody. The first decade. The next millennium.
Happy New Year, everyone. I've seen very beautiful people today. Thank you and answer. My name is Dr. Irene Chebet. I work in Soroti Regional Referral as a consultant obstetrician. I also coordinate and head the TESO local maternal and neonatal system. In other words, I supervise maternal child health services in TESO region. Of course, my biggest problem has been of all the eastern Uganda regions, Karamoja, Choli, Lamu, and whatever, okay, no. It's only a Teso region which has no partner supporting maternal child care. So sometimes we struggle a lot. However, the team in Teso is very great. They are very hard working. I joined medical school 1999, but I'm also proudly married to Dr. Ekodo. Thank you.
Yes. Ekodo, you chose well. So, that's why he's a service surgeon. Has a qualification by the way, through experience. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called Dr. Solo Isaac Wamboko of SKY, Soroti General Farm Hospital.
Yeah, which year?
I joined in the 2005.
Great. Round of applause for the 2000. MC?
Yes, Dr. Dapun Moses, 2007. I'm a third profession.
Anybody else that is Dr. Dakun, neurosurgeon in the making?
Okay, thank you. Good morning, elders. I'm Dr. Peter Ronald. I'm a lecturer at Soroti University. I joined medical school in 2007. Thank you.
Great. Anybody in the 2000s? Okay. You're in 2000s too? Great. Bring the mic to the Mr. President here.
Greetings, elders. My name is Dr. Hamad Kuswata. Code 2010. I think that one makes me the youngest president of UMA. Thank you.
He has a whole session, is one open session. So you tell us about being the youngest president. Chronological age, biological age, age limit is an issue. 2000s? Okay.
Dr. Boko, we have someone from the cohort of 88.
Yes, let him introduce himself.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony, and the eminent colleagues, Dr. Charles Stevie. I joined the medical school in 1988. Currently, I'm a BCS officer, Soroti local government.
So a round of applause for the 2000s, then we move to between 2010 and round of applause for the 2000s. I'm trying to see if that is enough exercise for the elders. Otherwise, we don't want to make you do these things. Okay, 2010 to 2020, or in fact, we can just combine to date. Muyanga. Mirembe, please introduce yourself.
Okay, my name is Mirembe Joel. I joined medical school in 2013 at the prestigious Mara University of Science and Technology. I am currently serving as the Secretary General of the Uganda Medical Association. I have been a humble servant of the UMA since third year of medical school. I was recruited by Dr. Biso and Dr. Kwaro. I am also very engaged in politics, and currently I also serve as a member of the National Executive Committee of the National Unity Platform, where I lead the professionals doing college. I am also going for MP seat because there are things we have not done at our level, and we think when we go there with the conviction and passion, we can be able to lead and push them from the table. So Dr. Kwa was there the other time, was pushing me to go there. I really went there and tested the waters. So I'm also a private practitioner of medicine under Intermedical Services, where we do home doctor services. So the elders need those services. They don't need to come and line up in hospitals. We can always assess you from hospital. I think, yes, definitely I'm married, freshly married. And Dr. Kolo was accusing me of a tie. I'm still in honeymoon, sir. So I'm only a humble servant that I had to come and join the elders. So when the time comes, please, the angle we are taking to represent UMA in the politics is very financially draining. We syndicate mobile money. We shall be able to represent your interests. You have always complained that those doctors who are there are not representing the doctors. They didn't go there to represent you. Send your own who are connected with you, who are interested in your issues. And since I have a small presentation to make, I already have information to send to the elders. I am not only here as Secretary General, but I'm also here to represent the young doctors. We will have a voice to send it to you, and we believe you have very important also voices and messages to send to us. So we are very grateful, and let me use this opportunity to thank Dr. Epwat and team for this idea, and the TESO branch leadership, TESO Health Forum. This is a grand activity, and it should spread like fire. Maybe it should be even biannual at least, spreading around all the other branches and reconnecting to the medical profession, the young and the old. When there is a gap, conflict arises. But when there is that connection, usually issues are solved before they become conflict. And definitely there are things we're going to discuss here which are very critical for the survival of our profession. Thank you very much.
Yes, this young cohort has ideas. Dr. Luswata, our president, is also an institution in the making. We support that one. You're also a physiologist in the making, so they are clinical in a way, not only medical programs. I'm also a clinical trialist. I teach the University of London and I supervise some trials. Okay.
All the guests invited in your respective capacities, warm greetings, all of you. My name is Esfelto. I joined medical school Makerere in 2016 in the field of imaging. I am representing my bases who have trained me. Dr. Pio James is a radiologist. I am an admin in TESO Health Forum, that's why I'm in this meeting. And I'm currently doing my specialization in magnetic resonance imaging. I'm happy to connect with you. I'm a radiographer or imaging technologist by training. Thank you so much.
Let's have the latest.
Good morning, elders and my colleagues. Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Bagambe Silva, cohort 2012, and I've worked in obstetrics and gynecology department of Soroti Regional Referral Hospital. Currently, I am an SHO of Obsgyn, Kampala International University. I am the treasurer of the UMA TESO branch. Thank you very much.
Over to you, Dr. Dako.
Okay, we also received a very special guest. No babies are special. Let me give her the microphone to introduce us.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Florence Salaro K. Egwal. I joined medical school in 1983 and worked in Mbale Regional Referral Hospital and Soroti Regional Referral Hospital. I'm a senior consultant, pediatrician, retired, but I'm still working on contract in Soroti Regional Referral Hospital. Thank you.
So, a round of applause for the introduction session.
Mr. MC. My name is Dr. Moyanga Andrew. cohort 2015 from the Emuria University. I'm currently the chair of Publicist and Mobilization of UMA. At the same time, I'm part of Professor Okulo's team in the Uganda Medical and Dental Practitioners Council. And it's a blessing of a lifetime to interact with the minds in this place. Thank you.
Any other person who wants to introduce himself? But did the registrar introduce himself? I didn't see him speak. I know his voice very well. Young man there.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Galagala De Precious. I joined medical school in 2017 at Makerere University, and currently I work at Soroti Joint Medical Services Limited. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Auto Blessed Tabitha, psychiatrist. I'm the head of the mental department at Soroti Regional Referral Hospital.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Katumba Central Gubara. I'm the former registrar at the Medical Council. I did dentistry in University of Dar es Salaam. I qualified in 1991. So I entered in 1986. And I qualified in 1991. I worked in Zambia, and I came back to do everything in Uganda, from a general practitioner to medical superintendent to DHO, until I finished as a registrar at the Medical Council. I'm now retired. I'm retired.
A round of applause for Dr. Katumba. Dr. Katumba is a very strong Rotarian, and he also ran for office in the Greater Masaka there. LP, he tried until he became a registrar. Okay, so is break ready?
Dr. Boko,
yes,
we also have other guests.
Oh, yes.
Who are not, okay, they are not necessarily doctors, but
yes, let's have Professor, the Vice Chancellor. Although I thought, okay, it's okay.
Professor is our father.
Good morning. I am the headmaster of this university. I started it from the pen to the proposal to the buildings you see today, and I will continue to build it. While I will address you, I'm happy that you accepted to come to Soroti University to see what it is. Some of it's the first time. And when they talk about cohorts, I am all cohorts. All cohorts. I've been one of the lucky persons to be educated in Makerere, to be educated in India, to be educated in Scotland, and to be educated in South Africa. So I am all cohorts. My first cohort is with Dr. Professor Abura. Abura. We are together in primary, so you can see the cohort. Primary. And we are still keeping up to today. I don't know how many are remaining on the surface. Number two, Iputo, were the Lumubists who were suffering those days in that place. That's another cohort I belong to. There are many other people. I know many people here. But what is important is that you have come to Soroti University today. It's only time which is a problem. The problem is that I would have taken you through where we train our medical students. But nevertheless, I have noted that some of my people become external examiners. That's one area. Number two, some of you could become honorary lecturers in this university. Yesterday I was in Parliament defending the university budget. The issue which came across the universities was lack of enough teaching staff. And I complained to them to say, government should take interest in areas the government feels should educate people up to PhD level or fellowship levels. The point was taken.
So you are most welcome to this place. It's a small place. Right now, I'm busy building anatomy block. One unique thing about it is that I've seen what goes on in medical schools in this country and in other places in the world. I have built two things in one. Half of the building is for undergraduates after 5th year. Half of the building is for postgraduate education. I will tell you more when my time comes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We've also received new members. Please introduce yourselves.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Jacqueline Anwech is my name. I work in Tiriri Health Center 4, Soroti District Local Government, as a senior medical officer, but I am an obstetrician and gynecologist and a public health specialist.
Good morning, colleagues. Dr. Gom Samuel. I work in Soroti District Local Government in Tiriri Center 4. I'm a medical officer. Thank you.
When did you join medical school?
Cohort, this is cohort. I went in as a clinical officer, so that was 2015. I finished in 2020.
My cohort is in 2004. I completed in 2010. Undergraduate.
Okay. So as we wait for Dr. Nyabana's presentation, we need to get well acquainted with the area here. Okay, Dr. Uma, please coordinate with the IT team to have Dr. Nyabana's presentation up.
There's some introductions there. Dr. Uma, let's have the remaining introductions. As Dr. Nyabana will make a presentation quickly, then we go for break. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Onyaiti Godfrey. I'm not a medical doctor. I hold a PhD in computer science. I'm here representing the Executive Director, National Council for Higher Education.
Thank you. My name is Peterson Kabura. I'm not a doctor. I'm a medical practitioner. Maybe I will interact with you more tomorrow on the meeting point of area and a doctor. I'm open to be with you. But I'm associated with the Uganda Medical Practitioners Council. I'm open to be here.
Do we have Dr. Nyabana's presentation? Wait, after break? After break? Okay. So, break now with the TV.
Yeah, break is ready, but we also have some guests online. We'd love to just read out at least the names, or we could ask those who are getting us to introduce themselves. We have Dr. Maggie Chigozi online.
Mute,
if you can unmute and greet the people. Dr. Maggie Chigozi, kindly unmute. So I'll just read out the names, and we have Dr. Amuron Naomi, she's online. If you can unmute and greet the people, that's okay. Dr. Christina Kadama,
Dr. Dennis Tindegwa, Dr. Nyabwana, Dr. Emuget, Dr. Kamugisha Alex, Professor Amoko. I think those are the people online currently.
Can I just take this opportunity to thank Dr. Maji Chigozi for supporting this conference. She contributed 600,000 worth of monies for water. Thank you very much, Maji.
Great. I think we qualified for our break. We are done with the conference. Now we can go for the papers. Yes, so this is the conference. Let's have a word of prayer to bless our. I hope the tea is ready. It's not. Yeah. Do you want to take over this session of the praying and the break?
Yes, please. So our tea is ready, and as I warm up for them to give you the prayer, I just want to let you know that our places of convenience are right ahead. When you exit, go straight, turn to your right. You will see the information there. Just read, at least it's easier to direct people of this caliber. Our tea is ready, and I just want to pray. The serving points are right out as we exit. Just pick your tea, come and relax. Take your tea. Let's humble ourselves for a word of prayer. Lord God, we want to thank you for the opportunity that you've gathered us here. We want to pray for the tea that we are about to partake. May you bless it, that we may get the energy to serve you. In God's name I've prayed. Amen. Thank you, Dr. Buku, for leading us through this turbulent session. And prepare to come up for the next. A round of applause for Dr. Buku as we go to
In our part, you say, are you, you don't say, oh, you say, are you.
We can kindly pause for the breakfast. DJ.
We're having fashion water breakfast. And we shall urge the presenters who are coming subsequently in their declarations to hurry slowly so that we can catch up with time. I'm glad to announce, I've just realized that this is the highest concentration actually of health professionals of all ages in Africa right now. So it's a high delegation which you should be proud of. And it's actually a historical moment for the people of Deso. We bring all people from the 60s up to now, senior doctors into the region. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. For me, I'm not campaigning for anything. I'm just here. Without much ado, we shall quickly have the chairman, Uganda Medical Association, Deso branch, Dr. Ouma, kindly step forward and will be the one to invite our president to give his brief remarks. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you so much.
Protocol observed. Good afternoon, my elders, seniors, colleagues, friends. I'm so happy to welcome you all here. It gives me great joy, actually. I am the Dr. Edwin Uma. The other which is really said is Onyango. I am the chairperson, current chairperson Ghana Medical Association Teso branch, took over from Senior Dr. Kuzwa Daniel, who had taken over from Dr. Wilson. I think we had taken over from Professor Kiru. I want to take this moment to welcome you all here once again. And my role is just show my face and my gratitude, all of you who had an invitation to come all the way to Teso. This event is coordinated by the Alliance Forum, Teso branch, Soroti University, Teso Health Forum. I think that when the environment is more calm and everything is flowing, we shall have more moments to interact, share experiences, grow bonds. But for now, allow me to welcome my president, the one whom in Teso, so that he can shine and move our association to the next level. Dr. Herbert Swatan, very much welcome to Teso. And give him a hand clap.
The president himself is around in Soroti, in Teso. Mr. President, thank you very much for honoring. We are your obedient servants here in Teso and in Uganda. Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Dr. for welcoming me. Our colleagues, our elders, greetings from the National Executive Committee. I would like to recognize our chief guest for this conference, who is not yet here, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, Medical Association, Professor Richard Ibrohim. And then Dr. Buku Ipala, I think, is out. And then President Bishop. The Chancellor of Soroti University, our elder, Professor Maswa. The Chair of Elders Forum, our elder, Dr. Epwat. The Chair of the Teso branch, Dr. Uma, who is just from here. All the government officials in the building, the elders, colleagues, and the students from KUMSA, good morning to you all. According to this program, I had a task to define who an elder is, what are the role of the elders, and what are the expectations whenever there is a change in the program. And I'll just give a few remarks, and I think I'll be able to give that speech either later or tomorrow. So for now, I'll just congratulate UMA Teso branch and thank the Chancellor of Soroti University for allowing this collaboration with the Teso branch to organize the Elders Conference here, and also to thank the Usoga Health Forum for also partnering with us to organize this conference. Thank you so much. I would like to organize this to thank the sponsors of this conference. And I want to be honest and say that we didn't really put much in this conference because of the trust we had in our elder, Dr. Epwat, the very good mobilizer, Dr. Uma, the chair of the branch, and our Chancellor of Soroti University. We are very happy and delighted as a National Executive Committee to see that this kind of independence can exist in the branch and have such people attending and a vibrant conference. So Dr. Uma and the team, thank you so much. We hope to see the same happening in all the branches of Uganda Medical Association. I had a trip last year to India where we had an international leadership summit organized by UN. And the summit was organized by one of the branches of the India Medical Association. I was surprised to find a very big, complex building, a very spark organization. And the president of the Indian Medical Association was just invited to come attend the way I have attended today, and everything was very good, and I was really excited. So when I sat here today and I saw this happening, I was like, wow, I think UMA is growing and becoming better and better. So we hope to empower more branches to be able to do the same. And I know our elder, Dr. Edward, said that this will be continuing even in other branches. I fully support the idea because it helps to bring us more together as the elders. It fosters the interactions between the juniors and the elders. And it makes the branches stronger. And in fact, it also helps to boost our membership. We will keep recruiting more members for UMA Circle and collecting more resources. So thank you so much. When I was traveling here with my team in the night, I received some good news which I cannot live without sharing. When we go to Sally Implement in Uganda Medical Association for all the health workers, including the nurses and other health professionals, we had a problem whereby our specialists received little salary increment and we were paid almost a salary of a medical officer with a very small and slight difference. We have been engaged in very many meetings with the support of Professor Kuro from Uganda Medical Dental Practitioners Council, Ministry of Health, and many other people, because we are trying to change the title of the specialist from medical officer special grade to associate consultant so that we can create a clear distinction between a medical officer and a specialist, which had a problem where Ministry of Public Service officials had informed us that they never knew the clear distinction between a medical officer and a medical officer special grade, and they almost gave almost the same salary because of that kind of gap in information. So I'm happy to inform you today that we officially confirmed with official documents from Ministry of Public Service where the title change has changed to Associate Consultant. I don't know how many specialists we have here who have been working as medical officer special grade. If you are there, you can. Yes, my teacher, Dr. Apostolo. So congratulations for receiving a new title. I was on the phone this morning with the Secretary of Cabinet, and she promised that now that we have achieved this, the President of Uganda can get clear information on these distinctions, and it will be easy for him to clear the change in our pay as a specialist, because these are and I think we can have a wage in the budget for next year. In addition to money which is required to recruit doctors for the center fees. So that is the additional thing I wanted to mention today. Otherwise, I wish all of us a good conference, a good catch-up, a good interaction between the seniors and the juniors. I am officially a junior when I look at many people in this room. I always see my teachers and mentors, and I'm really happy to associate, and I hope to learn a lot from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, the President of UMA, for that insightful speech. And we have heard about change of titles, which is actually important. So long as consultant is in your title, even your collar and esteem actually goes high. Thank you very much. That's what we have introductions from the 60s. So you can imagine we're spanning 3 decades now, 3 generations of doctors in this room. And that is a very great feat for us here in Teso. Without much ado, our next presenter will be the Dean of the School of Health Sciences, Soroti University. Dr. Kapuigu, I first met him in 1990. He was still a young, handsome medical student in medical school in Makera. He's far from the sky, but he has a lot of knowledge in opening remarks. Sir, you are our host today. Thank you. You are welcome.
Thank you very much, Professor Edo. Morning or afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Before I do my remarks, I know I have a few minutes to do these remarks. First of all, I'd like to thank God for enabling us to be here in the beginning where they are. And also to thank him for keeping us alive. I think you can see that as we were going through our different cohorts, there is a trajectory in terms of reducing the numbers. Like for example, in my cohort was 60, that's 89, but this morning here I was the one, but I know some of us have left us in this planet, but God is good all the time and has kept us alive, and I know that applies to everyone in different cohorts. And I want also to welcome you to Soroti University, actually at Soroti School of Sciences, which is the host to this meeting or this conference. Feel at home. I enjoy the beauty of this place. Apart from a little bit of heat, but Soroti generally is a very good place. It's very secure. And we have quite a number of places where you can also go to tourism after the conference has ended. Secondly, I would like to thank the organizers of this project. I think the President mentioned the Soka Health Forum, but the Teso Health Forum, that organized group, and also the Teso UMA branch. Thank you for also inviting us to be part of this conference. It should not be a one-time event. Let us make it maybe biannual, or if resources allow, an annual event, so that we keep record and we keep energizing one another. Whenever you see your friend still alive and breathing, you become energetic, even if you're about to give up life. But once you see a colleague you have been with in medical school so many years ago, you gain more strength. I would also like to add my voice to thank the sponsors and the different categories, and also thank the participants, the elders, and the young people behind there who will also keep themselves healthy. At one time, maybe 30 years from now, you'll be standing here in the podium as elders. So when we were, so it's not very easy to commit time and travel. Some we have traveled very long distances from Kampala and beyond, from Leda Gulu, and we can't take that for granted that you spare that time to travel to grace this event. Before I proceed any further, according to the theme of this conference, we are talking about decades after leaving medical school, what has changed. In the medical fraternity, I must say a lot of things have changed, and also many things have changed in this Teso region. We have seen the birth of a new medical school called Soroti University, and in that school, or in that university, we have a school called the School of Health Sciences, where I happen to be the dean. there are many schools or universities that have come on board, but I think Soroti University is a unique one. And we are envisioning to be the Harvard of Africa at one time. That's our move. This university was established by an act of Parliament in 2015. I'm just going to give a brief history about the university. And of course, I'll leave the rest to my seniors who will also be speaking after me. In 2015, we were established by an act of Parliament. In 2019, we had our first cohort of students admitted for MCHB, that's in the School of Health Sciences, where I'm specifically speaking about, and also Bachelor of Nursing, BNS. And for the BNS group, they completed their first 4-year training last year, and they are waiting for internship. MBCHB first cohort, 2019, will be completing this year in June. And I know you, some of you elders, we shall invite you to the external examiners as we go towards the final exam, so that you appreciate the kind of reading and work we have put in place, the kind of training we have given, and skilling we have also given to our students. We expected to have had some external examiners in the last semester, but because of limited funds, we were unable to invite. But today, I think we have a God-given chance. I've been taking a bit of contacts from the elders here, who I think, even if there is no much facilitation, they can come and act and work as external examiners when invited or called upon. Currently, our school is employing about 80 staff, and we have 460 students in the school of health sciences. In addition to the first 2 groups, that's MCHB and BNS, we also admitted students for physiotherapy and Bachelor of Laboratory Science last year. So the number is growing up, and we are pushing ahead to introduce more courses, as already been alluded to by the Vice Chancellor. And some of these new courses we shall be submitting to National Council for Education for approval. I want us to mention a little bit about some of the challenges. I know at this time I'm in a position that's not very easy. I'm between a hard place and a rock as I present some challenges to the school. Because I know in this forum of elders, there are some regulators who have been convincing that we have space, we can admit more students. But at the same time, I'm going to give some challenges. Hopefully that is mentioned, the regulators will not take it so hard on us. One of the challenges is space. I know in one meeting, when we were looking for clinical placement clearance by National Council for Education and Uganda Medical and Professional Council, we were saying we don't have space for clinical training. And they were saying we have space and we have patients. But now I'm saying, yes, we have space, but we need more space, so that we can increase the numbers. We have a lot of low-hanging fruits, especially in the medical field. For example, last year we had about over 1,000 applicants for MCGP, but our limitation, we only limited to admit 40 students as per the Uganda Medical and Instruction Council and National Council for Education. But all those, so many people are left out. Where do you go? Ugandans. So as elders, can we work together can you partner with you guys to show that at least we can put in place infrastructure? One of the things that we talk about space are labs. The other one is the hospital, the wards, the theater, and all the related clinical training areas. We have been engaging government of Uganda to have us construct a teaching and general referral hospital, and the university under the leadership, the management and the council, and the good hands of the chancellor who is here and the vice chancellor, have been able to allocate 15 acres of land for the construction of a teaching and general referral hospital. However, our limitation has been the funding. This year, we were told to budget like we budgeted last year. So that means we are operating on a neutral budget. So we cannot put in place construction for a teaching hospital. We are looking for partners. So, any of the elders who are here, if you have any contact, if you have any avenue, any source of funding, any of these philanthropies, people can part with some money. Some organizations that are really interested in construction of regional and referral hospital, teaching hospital, please, we are very available to work together, put up paperwork. Initially, there was some pull and push in terms of siting of the regional teaching hospital by the local leaders, but that has been cleared. We now have a green light that this site, which is offered by the university, can act as a site for the teaching and regional referral hospital. So it's my prayer, as we plan, please plan with us, tell us of those opportunities and work together to ensure that this vision is attained. Yesterday I was attending the budget meeting at Parliament of Uganda, and in Parliament, I think Gulu is going to benefit the hospital of 360 beds. So I think we also need that kind of infrastructure to be put in place. So what are we currently doing? We are planning to engage other neighboring hospitals, because sometimes it can be crowding on the clinical site if you don't put it in place. And the council executives in here is at least let us be given a reference at Soroti University. The newest university, public university in the country, for the next intake of interns, for both nursing interns, for both nursing and MBSHB, to be considered on that list of interns. That come August this year, because by that time we should be having 3 cohorts completed. BNS, the first cohort, BNS. So if you are taking 1,500, can you just squeeze in select university students or now graduates? But there's 100 slots as a sign of encouragement and a sign of brotherhood. And also as a historical gesture that you are here, you attended this meeting, and you have also had some effort to make sure that you add some value to Soroti University. I also wanted to, there are some voices, someone was mentioning about the MA that you people are saying MA isn't working hard. But I want to bring to your notice that some of our students, our junior people, they have heard that there might be some which has not been happening before. I know this is a child's debate, what the students are saying, being assessed by the professors, and they have passed here MBCHP. Why do you again go on to be exposed to another exam before you practice? Why don't we follow the same challenge that the elder has followed? If not so, can you have that national exam be like a national exam before they actually before they are declared as doctors. So that we have a Uganda national exam for MCT. Accumulating genuinely. Not again jubilate, then half along the way, they say there's another exam to sit. And then he comes back to the family and says, you know what happened? I failed that exam before registration. That is kind of trauma. So we probably think and discuss and get something that is more human, more friendly, more supportive to our colleagues. Of course, some of us have already gone beyond that level because we are going early, and that's why we are here. I had my chairman of the session saying that I was a handsome man. I'm still handsome, but a bit of a bald head. And the other comment that I wanted to make is how do we partner? How do you let elders and us partner together to move the university forward? The university has three mandates or pillars. We do research, we do community service, we also do teaching or training. So in those different levels, we can work together. If it comes to research, I know some have said they are retired but not tired. Then there's some have said they are tired but still required. So we can work together and come up with proposals. Respond calls together. Because of that seniority that you have, it can be that only signature CV that will make Soroti get that grant for research. So for us, we're very open, and I want to capture all the details for the people who are here, and if you're interested in research, please make sure to you interact with us. And when you hear a call of some sort, please get back to us and work together and apply together. And you do mentorship. Because that's part of leadership. And in a way, the other time I was listening to Fix or living better and not getting into dementia. If you keep your brain active, you are unlikely to get into dementia. So for us, we are creating a platform. You have the ideas, there are calls outside there. Please let us work together and come up with protocols and grants as well as. Then the other area is the community service. That I want us to work together and make sure that we uplift Soroti University in this area. I would like to thank the Vice Chancellor and the Chancellor. Sometime last year we had an opportunity to have a community outreach in Kapiri, which was organized by Lions Rotary Club. And in that way we saw about 2,000 patients, and the community was very appreciative. So can you near different areas of work or where you're staying? Like I've had someone from Dr. Mkwaya from Serere, now married that side and transferred. You can invite our medical students, you can invite us with the money. But you may have the money, you may not be having the money, but you may have the drugs. So it has partner for the community service. As for the training, already the visas are already true. We're interested in external examiners, we're interested in honorary lecturers, we're interested in emeritus professors, all those cadres. So if you really are interested in us working together, talk together, and make Soroti a better place, or Teso a better place for every one of us. I can see the chairman is getting closer to me. That means it's indicating that I'm talking too much. But let me close my door so that is comfortable enough. Not that I'm about to wind up. I had to say, but because of the interest of time, I do not continue further from what I've mentioned. Furthermore, I just want to recognize a few people. Chancellor Professor Celia, the first dean of School of Sciences, Professor Cieno. Those are people I cannot really mention, or rather complete my presentation without mentioning. And also the Uganda Medical and Education Council, Professor Okolo, and your team, National Council of Education, for the support you have given us to ensure that we can be able to teach despite the challenges that we have to place. And finally, but not least, I also want to thank Dr. Poet Apollo for inviting me and us. Why I'm talking about Apollo is that one time, this is my last talk. One time I got a storm in my life and I found myself in a junction. One, to come and continue serving in Soroti, and the other one, to go and serve another organization where I was going to pick a salary of about 3 times that I was picking in Soroti University. But we interacted with the Apollo and they said, once you have gone through this journey, if you are to make a decision, please come home. Apollo, I'm home. And I got some calls also from senior colleagues I want to mention. Say, doctor, what happened to you? I did said, don't worry, I'll be there. But I'm here. And I think it's because of the genes. You see, my mother's got a dog. My grandmother, the mother to my father, was a dog. What happens to have roots in Soroti, in this region? So I think it's the genes that were working to put me this way. Thank you very much and God bless you.
Thank you very much, the Dean of the Medical School, for that insightful speech. If I try to recap what you have gone through here, I will spoil everything. I'm really so delighted today that after washing my hands, the elders have allowed me to stand before them and to verbalize. And it's also clear that chronological superiority in the African context does not make you an elder. But we're delighted to be here today that in the medical fraternity, so long as you're chronologically older, you still remain an elder. I thank the elders to being here with us today. You really exemplified that and for sparing your time. And we're also aware that in Uganda the life expectancy is around 64. But most of the people, the cohorts of the 60s, 70s, are much beyond that, and they're still alive and kicking. Because of what the Dean talked about, there's a concept called neuroplasticity. When you keep your brain active, it keeps working better. And even if you retire and get tired, you'll still be required. Our next presenter is the chairman of the Elders Forum for the Medical Association. Dr. Poat, I've known him for quite a while. Very eloquent doctor. He has written very many pieces. When you start reading, you feel like reading again and again. Elder, you're welcome. I know this platform is a bit high. In case you get orthopedic challenges, Dr. Kora is around to support you. Thank you very much. You're welcome. We shall enjoy your speech.
I'm particularly encouraged by the previous speaker, in that you can see how much hope he has and expects of this congregation, the Elders Forum, or our professional elders. You got it. You can really see. So I think, in a way, you can already score or put a tick to our having gathered here. We cannot go back to all of it, but there is a lot of hope. He wants interaction, he wants support here and there. To just start by saying, I'm really grateful. My heart is full of gratitude for all of you who have made it here. This started on our Elders Forum Executive Committee. It was triggered by a function which I think was led by Professor Omaso, a birthday party for two elders, Professor Ward and Professor Tabella. And then I think we can come together again. But how? And then we decided that maybe it should be a little bit more formal as it is today. We hope that it will be a regular activity, depending on what we decide today or tomorrow. When shall we go for the next stop of what we are calling an elders merry-go-round? We've come to TESO as a component of the larger Eastern region as we knew it. And so maybe we shall go next to the greater northern, and maybe west and central. How regularly will be for us to decide. I would like to thank UMA TESO branch. When the suggestion was made to the National Governing Council of the UMA for this meeting, we didn't know where it would be. They said, we are going to host it. So that's how it came here. Thank you very much. We are going to have a session, at the closing session, a time for give a vote of thanks. Not list everyone, but we've already registered thanks to Professor Magic Lucy for her support. The Uganda Medical Dental Practitioners Council will be giving us $1 million shillings. We also have support from Kumi Orthopedic Center to support our activities. Insurance firm and keeping them waiting. And that's why we decided to put aside some other presentations. They have a request for a song, but maybe we shall find a better time unless the consensus is that we put it as something, a breaker to this heat before our first keynote speaker comes. But otherwise, I like to say this is the first of these conferences. We are all learning. I'm sure the best one will be better. So if there are shortcomings, please forgive us as organizers, but the next one will surely be better. So relax, you should be in a relaxed mood and continue to interact and build one another. Chair, it will be your prerogative whether to have this song now or another time. We are completely free and adaptable because of time constraints. Otherwise, finally, welcome everyone. Enjoy Soroti 2025.
Thank you very much, our Chief Elder, it has now come clear that an elder is a very key person in the community. Thank you very much for those kind remarks. The next session, before we go to the song, I can see, as I said, the speaker is a very eloquent person, very creative. I mean, we all know that music is nutrition to the immune system. I know Professor Ituto is a physiologist. Even when you play music to the cows, they produce more milk. When you play music in the game park, all animals are assembled. I think it's prudent you can get a music interlude. Then in the African culture, a young person cannot request an elder to come and speak. Because the next speakers are really giants. I'm not in position to request them to come. It's only the chairman of the elders who can do so. Maybe this song, you will tell us the melody, the key, all the things, and the lyrics. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think just start up, and you just get a break. Now, this was requested not by me. It was Elder Giza, and please come, he requested the choir. I hope you have put together one or two people, otherwise it's going to be a choir of two. Dear Giza, please come. I think there was a volunteer who came up last night. Please, among the ladies, please come. And these are the lyrics of how sweet the name of Jesus sounds. He wants it in Ateso, so there are a few sheets here. So. Well, no, I think we can guess it here. There are more papers there. Okay, the song was no, 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 no. Okay, let us get to our sheets. Wow. Joseph, you've ambushed me. I wish I could have untwisted myself from making this introduction. But I'm also very delighted to there is a reminder for us to have a group photo, so let's not forget about that for the archives. Our next speaker, who is the keynote speaker for the opening session, is Professor Jehu Erapu Iputo. He is a born of Tororo. I'm reliably informed he's maybe just 1 year younger than me. He went to those humble schools, Pokor. It's just across mile 8 as you get to Tororo. And his dad, with all his mega monies, managed to get him to Ntari. At that time, a very, very, very envied and coveted school. And he was going there after his elder brother had actually been there. So went through Ntari, and then he joined Makerere Medical School in 1976, 1 year after our cohort. After his MBCHB, and forgive me if I get the year wrong, but he went for his PhD, in fact a master's in Dublin, and which was quickly upgraded. He ended up with a PhD, and not only that, but he also got a fellowship, if I'm not right, of membership of, did you get an MRCP? You did it, okay. And then he came to teach physiology, and the last thing I remember was that he was a physiology teacher, and then he disappeared. He went south, and he's been involved in health professional education all over the world, but I guess mainly in the third world, where he's established many health training institutions. We are glad that while he was still strong, as Professor Tim was saying, you should keep, I think the message that has been, keep active, keep going. And he came back and he's still strong. And he's now teaching at Stema University, giving those students a very, very firm foundation in physiology. Professor Okulo probably has gone out, he's also a teacher of physiology. We worked together on the council sometime, but one of the problems we found in inspection of medical schools, was, apart from many other things, is that those basics, physiology, anatomy, was not being properly handled. And it will portray itself eventually in the person that you're trying to train. I must confess that I have a biological relationship. We share genes with Professor Ikuto, and I think that's all I should say. Yeah, I'm telling you this one. But he's, okay, he's the youngest, the younger brother to my own mom. Yeah, that's why I said I was in a very difficult place, but where else can I say it? Let me say it today. So, Mama, you are welcome. Come and tell us what you have The topic, I think you read it, health professional or doctor training, the past, the present, and the future. And you are the guru for this.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me begin by greeting everybody. Yoga. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to participate in this inaugural conference of Uganda Medical Association Elders Forum. And the theme is appropriate, that decades after leaving medical school, what has happened. And I've been given a topic which is quite dear to me. It's health professions education and training in Uganda. This is a little tricky because I've been outside the Ugandan circle for quite some time. But I've sort of kept in step with it because every now and then I've been visiting as a teacher, examiner, and in the last decade we used to come here through an organization that the Americans put forward to look at expanding medical education in Africa. Now, who is, hello? Now, the scope of this presentation is going to be limited. I'll focus on medical education rather than health professions education because the audience I have here is actually not that expanded audience. I don't see other health professions represented here. So I will confine myself to comments on medical education. The second, I'll focus on the present and probably try to project to the future. I'm not going to touch the past, apart from making cursory comments on the past of the medical education in Uganda. I would refer those who might be interested in this topic to a very good book written by Professor Johnny Liffey, East African Doctors, A History of Modern Profession. And you'll get a very good account of the progress through the decades of health professions education in Uganda. So I'll concentrate on medical education and on the present and try to bring up some issues that may be of help to us as we look forward. Please, next. Okay, the format of the presentation. See, look, basically, health professions education can be reduced to these three topics. You have the entrance into that black box of health professions education. And then at the end of it, we have the graduates who should be having the makings of what you really want the health professional to be. Now, this system of entrance, training institution, and graduates are supposed to provide the health human resources to manage the health systems. So they are designed to provide the human resources for a functional health system in Uganda. So it's very important for us to keep in mind the purpose of training. The purpose of training is to strengthen health systems. There are very many things that are involved in ensuring that there's a proper a functional health system. But one of them, and the keyword is the human resources for health. And that's what this training is all about. This, right from the beginning, brings up an issue, because these are things for us to discuss. I mean, I'm going to keep picking up issues that we can reflect on later on. I do not know whether the health system in Uganda actually knows what their human resources needs are. I don't, if they are from the Ministry of Health, probably they can, in our discussions later, can bring this up. We do not know how many people are actually active in the health systems. In total numbers, those who are still functional, those who are retired, and perhaps functional, and those who are retired and tired. We do not know the distribution of the health, human resources for health, how they are distributed in this country. Geographical distribution. If we do have, then it is not well publicized, because I'm actually involved in training and I am not aware. So this is something that we need to correct as soon as possible. How many people are approaching retirement? What is our plan? What are our projections? 10 years from now, how many physicians, for example, shall we need to have, so that we can begin training them? So these are some of the issues that I think we need to pick up right from now. That we need to have a sentinel. We need to know where we are and where we need to be. Next. Now, let's start with the entrance. Who do we take into our training programs? In the past, entrance was pure meritocracy. If you didn't have good grades, you would not end up in a medical school. And that has its own shortcomings. But luckily enough, we've tried to move a little bit away from that pure meritocracy, people coming from second high school going into university as the only source of entrance into the training program. We have got direct entry of graduates in most medical schools. At least I know in Bustema where I am, there are some. But this is a very, very tepid approach. There are not many. And we need to have a look at streamlined education pathways or ladder programs for advancements of practicing health professionals. You see, okay, clinical officers can get into medical training, but when they get into medical training, they begin right from year one, like the fresh entrants from high school. There is no recognition of prior learning. It does not matter whether you, let's say a physiotherapist with a PhD, when you want to enter the medical training program, you have to begin from year one. I think there's something not right about that. You see, there should be ways in which we should be able to recognize prior learning. Targeted admissions policies to increase the socioeconomic, ethnic, and geographical diversity of students is non-existent. Remember what I said, that our training is to provide human resources that will man our health systems. Now, you people who are familiar with system theory, the system is as strong as its weakest link. So the weakest link in our system here are rural areas, people from poor, disadvantaged areas. That is our weakest link. Until we correct that weakest link, we shall not have a strong health system. Now, to do that, you see, we need to be proactive and have targeted admissions of people who come from those areas that are disadvantaged. And this is lacking in the training, in the health professions training in Uganda, as it is right now. Interprofessional learning together, to work together for better health. I'm quite aware that about half our congregation here are public health specialists, and a good number of them have worked with international organizations. So they are aware of the WHO view on interprofessional learning. Let me amplify on some of these issues. Next, targeted admission. There is evidence in literature regarding the direct association between students' rural background prior to admission to health professions training and their choice of employment and location after graduation. That's why we are saying, if our weakest link are those areas of rural areas where there is poor provision of service, probably we should try to pick people from there and take them into our training programs. You know, it doesn't matter. You see, how good your A-level results are have very little to do with how successful you are going to be as a doctor. In fact, almost the contrary. The cleverer you are, the more likely you are not to find real value, real satisfaction in the daily clinical work. And there's evidence to this in literature. There's a strong indication that the predicative power of pre-admission academic performance declines as student progresses through their basic training and postgraduate training. So probably for the future, we should encourage our institutions to have this practice of targeted. Let me come to the dean of Soroti University. See, I do not know what the logic behind decentralization of medical education is. But in my thinking, I thought they were taking training nearer to the communities so that the communities can partake not only as being subjects of the training, but also as active participants. I would think that probably there should be a quota of spaces left for the people that are served by the Soroti University. But it is really an eye-opener in Bustema, where I work, that the majority of the students are students who actually come from the central region. If you look at the schools that feed the population of students into Bustema University, most of them are probably within a radius of about 100 kilometers out of Kampala. So then what was the point of decentralizing training into a place like Soroti University? Why not just expand the number of streams that Makerere University will offer? So these are some of the issues. I'm pointing out issues where I think we are talking about training for the future. This is one of the issues. Next, ladder programs. Health systems need professionals who adapt to the health demands of clients and can address the multifaceted needs of patients. If you have a nurse trying to come in to become a doctor, that nurse is probably going to be a much better healthcare provider than somebody who has come straight, because he's got the nursing background. And now on top of the nursing background, he's got the medical background. Makes a very versatile worker And health system strengthening goals include professional development access and retention of healthcare providers. See, these people get frustrated because the upward mobility of these other cadres that we used to call allied health cadres is very, very frustrating. So they should be able to improve on their own. So you can retain them within the health sector. You know, some of them, when they get frustrated, move out. Educational ladder programs have been utilized to develop and expand area of competencies of healthcare workers. There's a university, which is probably the model university. That's the University of Philippines at Leyte, where everybody starts as a midwife. You know, you train for 2 years as a midwife. Then you go and work for 2 years. Then you come back and train as a general nurse for 1 year. And then you go and work for another year. After that, you come for a 3-year course and you become a doctor. So there's recognition of prior learning embedded into that. It is something that we need to start thinking about outside the box. I'm throwing these things, you know, those of you who know me, I'm controversial. So probably these are some of the issues that we can discuss later on in the panel. Next, interprofessional learning. Interprofessional education is a necessary step in preparing a collaborative, ready practice health workforce that is better prepared to respond to the local health needs. The WHO says that effective interprofessional education enables effective collaborative practice. You see, okay, we are doctors, but you cannot function in isolation. Even the most parochial of a doctor, with a practice, even under mango tree, we will need somebody to bring a chair for somebody to sit, you know, to organize. You see, there is no way that you can work alone. So if it is important for us to work together, why don't we train together? In training right now, we've got a little bit of effort into collaborative training. And this is basically at the preclinical years. For example, in Bustema where I am, and I think it happens in some other universities, the students of nursing, you know, and of medicine, and in our case, we've got a cadre known as an anesthetist. You know, these are graduate level anesthetists. They train together for the first 2 years, I think first 3 years. After that, there is no more training. Why don't we allow them to train together in the clinical years, especially in the community setting? You see, this will help in creating a collaborative team right from the training, and this team hopefully would continue working together after graduation. Next. So, can we go back? Can we go back to the first. Back again. Okay. Oh, okay. Second. So we dealt with the entrance. Let's now. Can we move? You see, you know who's entering into that black box. We now need to know what comes out of that black box, that training box. And this is another place where I think there are some fault lines. The type of doctor that you need at the time of graduation should be very, very, very clearly defined. The knowledge that doctor has, the skills that doctor has, and the attitude that doctor has should be very, very clearly defined. You see, take for example knowledge. We need to know which are the diseases that the graduating doctor should be able to diagnose and treat. which are the diseases that the graduating doctor should only be able to diagnose, and which are those diseases that he should be aware of, but should not necessarily have the capacity to diagnose. Now, take motor skills. Which motor skill should a graduating student or doctor know about? Which one should he know about and has participated, assisted in performing? And which one should the graduating doctor be able to perform on his own? Prof. Okulo, this is something which is not very, very clear. So that it's like a cookbook. And the reason why this is important is that if we do not have this cookbook thing at the national level, it's difficult for us to compare whether this school is a good school or that school is a bad school. Now, the dean has raised an issue of pre-registration examination. That pre-registration examination should have a syllabus. The objective should be very, very clear so that we can get the blueprint. If we get the blueprint, then we can assess it. Without the blueprint, you cannot assess it. And you remember the first time I got involved with the Elders Forum. This issue of standards came up. And we called the meeting, I think, in Achest, where we called all the deans. And we said, let's have what the South Africans call an endeavor. Let's have a big conversation. That what are the surface markings of a graduating doctor? You know, which is what they call the core curriculum, a must for all of them to know, and which is good to know and which is esoteric. It is not clear. If it is there, if those details are there, then they should be publicized so that people know about them. But before we do that, it's very, very difficult. So you see, if you know who's coming into your training system, and you know what that fellow should look like as that fellow leaves the training system, then it's easy for you to organize the training. Because I know I'm having a half-wit coming into the medical school. So I've got to prepare for this half-wit to come out when it's complete. So this and you know, these core competencies should be very, very clearly outlined. It should not be left to imagination of people. You know, and you know, the way they normally construct this thing is that by the time you finish this course, you should be able to 1, 2, 3, 4, very, very clearly, so that when we come to examine you, we'll examine you on 1, examine you on 2, examine you on 3. So, if we know the core competencies that are required, then we can deal with. So, which competence should the students acquire? Which teaching and learning strategies are relevant for us to acquire these competencies? This talks about pedagogy. Which educators and trainers? That looks at the learning and the teaching platform. Can you move on a little bit? Let me try to hurry up a bit. So, the curriculum should be geared towards giving us the competencies that are required. You see, so the curriculum, you know, should reflect the needs of the health system, because the competencies that you require should match what the needs are. There should be a regular review of these core competencies, because populations change. So the needs of the population change. You see, probably 15 years ago, everybody was talking of HIV. So that would have been a very, very big component of your competencies. But now, you see, HIV is becoming probably more like any other product. So other issues come up. So the competencies are not casting in stone. You see, so the need for regular review. I know that most of the medical schools actually do carry out regular reviews. You say, is it every 10 years or every 5 years? Regular review curriculum and program to determine if the program prepares students to attend the core competencies needed. See, so everything, all the curricular activities have got one aim, to empower the student with the competencies that are required. Next. See, this is the problem. The Lancet Commission, where there was participation from Ugandans, I think Professor Soroti was in that commission, came up with the observations which are not really very different from what's happening in Uganda. That is a mismatch of competencies to patient and population needs. There's poor teamwork, there's a narrow technical focus without broader contextual understanding, predominant hospital orientation at the expense of primary care. There's a quantitative and a qualitative imbalances in the professional labor market, and the weak leadership to improve the health system performance. I think these are the issues that if those of you who participate in the WhatsApp discussion forum of the elders, if these issues come up regularly, in fact, I've done a timing, you see, they heat up every 6 months, then they cool down, then they heat up again, then they cool down. So we are worried about this, Can we take time to look at it and let us know what is it that is going wrong with the training institutions? Where are they bringing out either knowledge-wise, skills-wise, or attitude-wise? Those are the core competencies. Why is it that we are not doing it well? It's probably because they are not very well articulated. They are not very well organized. We assume that the training institutions know what they are doing. Okay, next. Teaching and learning strategies. You see, this is what the Dean of Soroti was alluding to. Where should we train our students? You see, logic says that the student should be trained in the environment in which that student, after graduating, is going to work in. I had somebody say she's from a level what? Health center what? Health center 4. You see? And she's a senior consultant gynecologist. She's working at Health Center 4. The dean of Soroti, you should expand your teaching platform to include those areas where your graduating students are going to work. You should develop an academic health complex where the teaching hospital is at the apex and the teaching cascades to the district level and the health center level. If you know the competencies that you are supposed to impart on the student, it's very, very easy for you to allocate the learning environment and teaching platform where each of those components of the core competencies can be acquired. If you have a well laid out like a cookbook, it's easy for you. Just get this ingredient, and do it. The reason why people are having difficulty in utilizing this teaching platform is that they are afraid that proper teaching may not take place. The reason why the proper teaching may not take place is because what's expected at that level is not clearly defined. Students Should be introduced common primary care social issues which affect the patient's quality of life. The public health people here should be happy to see this, because really the curriculum is a public health curriculum, a good curriculum, which answers to the needs of the communities, the public health curriculum. You know, we talk about collaborative learning. You see, the collaborative learning should go beyond just collaboration within the health sector. If, for example, you are dealing with the issues of poverty, you may find we in the health sector do not have many answers. You know, you may find the answers come from economic sectors, maybe from educational sector. So we should go beyond interdisciplinary learning within the health sector to across sectors. In fact, in one of the universities that I was involved in Ghana, their community-based education involves everybody. They go together with agriculture students, with engineering students, with what? If, for example, there's a problem with water provision, you see the answer will be coming from the engineering faculty. If they work together, you know, they may be able to improve the indices that we talk about. I remember Professor Latimer, he used to sometimes scream at us, you know, when we talk about cleanliness, you know, how to wash your hands, wash what when you're handling babies. And he said, don't, this is a rural man. Have you bothered to ask her whether there's actually clean water available? You see, these are some of the issues. You see, so the training, they should make students learn the limits of their own knowledge and learn when to collaborate with others, not only within the medical sector, but also across sectors. Now, curriculum integrates basic and clinical sciences. You see, this common sense. I mean, why do they call it basic science? It's basic because it is necessary for your clinical practice. So it should not be taught outside the clinical practice. You know, it's supposed to okay. If you know that the physiology that they are talking about is going to help you understand, you know, the mechanism of disease, then it makes that physiology relevant. And if it's relevant, then you tend to remember it. You see, and if you remember it, then you can recall it. But if it is not related to things that you are going to do every day, either in aiding your diagnosis or aiding your treatment, then that knowledge is superfluous. That's why integrating basic sciences, the clinical sciences is important. So it removes duplication. And thank God, you know, most of the training institutions in Uganda have now have this integrated curriculum. Now there's a shortcut to the integration, and this is why I want to pick up with you people here. We have integration in the basic sciences, but we do not have integration in the clinical sciences. You see, the surgeons are alone, and yet they are still dealing with the human being. And you know, with this complicated pathology these days that comes, you know, the patients are no longer coming with one pathology, they're coming with several pathologies, you know. So there is need to integrate the clinical sciences. Now, what happens in other places? The integrating discipline in other places is family medicine. That's what brings everybody together. Or clinical, or what they sometimes refer to as what? General practice. And that's what integrates the clinical sciences. You know, the general practitioner is the ultimate doctor. He's a surgeon, he's what? He's an obstetrician, he's a gynecologist, he's everything. And that's where we should be pushing our students. Makerere had a department of family medicine, which I think has gone off. Is it still functioning? Is it so? And it's working. Great. Then others should emulate. You see, because that is where you are going to have the clinical integration, and it makes for better. Now, pedagogic methods. You see, look, everybody has gone into small group learning, problem-based learning and the rest, and it's quite good. You see, what is it? Group learning introduces students to the group dynamics. They learn how to behave in groups. They begin to acquire the social skills that will help them in future when they are going to work with others. That's why the group learning is important. And the small group learning, especially using problem-based learning, the way the problem-based learning is organized allows students to start learning on their own. They encourage them to be self-directed learners. Why is that important? You see, if you are not a self-directed learner, you are not going to be a lifelong learner. If you are a learner who learns only because somebody has going to push you, then after that push is over, you are not going to continue learning. So self-directed learning is important in the development of lifelong learning. And lifelong learning is important because, you see, after graduation, you have to continue developing yourself as a health professional. Because knowledge changes everyone, 2-3 years. Listen, there you are. So you have to continue learning. You have got to become a self-directed learner and a lifelong learner. And that's why this pedagogic, student-centered, problem and service-based learning, supported, of course, by information technology. Now, most of the schools here say they are doing PBL, problem-based learning. You see, I don't know whether they understand the educational logic behind problem-based learning. You see, the logic is this simple, that the skill set that one requires for solving one problem is not easily transferable. Are you getting me? The skill set for problems are problem-specific. In fact, there are very few dogmas in medical education. It's a new discipline, but this is one of them. That there are no generic skills that you can use from one problem to another. Let me give you an example. Even a very simple example. This community-acquired pneumonia, the skill set that you require, may not necessarily help you when you are dealing with hospital-acquired pneumonia, let alone pneumonia in children and pneumonia in adults or pneumonia in old age. The skill sets differ. That's why we say, when we are training you see, we want to empower you with the skill that will deal with the most common illnesses in your environment. The most common illnesses in your environment. That's why we need to expose the student to the most common illnesses. Now, the thing is this. To do that, in a proper PBL curriculum, there should be what we call a blue list of cases. That these are cases that are common in this environment, which the student must be very familiar with. But how many of the schools here running a PBL curriculum have got a blue list of cases? Not even. I'm struggling with my own institution, to develop a blue list of cases. Now, when you have that blue list of cases, it is so easy to use it. You use it from year 1 up to when the student graduates, because that is the list. If you want to talk about anatomy, you see, you should talk about anatomy on the basis of a clinical presentation from a common disease. Take, for example, diabetes. Diabetes is a beautiful disease for us in physiology. I can use it for looking at the structure of carbohydrates. After that, I can use it to looking at the metabolism of glucose, for example. And then as I move into clinical years, I'll use it as a basis of understanding, hormonal control or regulation of energy intermediates. And then in the clinical years, I use it, diagnosing, the clinical presentation of diabetes and the complications of diabetes. So you can see, we need that type of blue list. Then we know that our curriculum is based on the population needs and the competencies are clear. Take, for example, diabetes. The competencies that require in first year are different from those that require in second year, and different from those that require in third year. You see, it can be used by the ENT people, it can be used by the ophthalmology people. You see, these are the specific things that we talk about. That should be very, very clear. I keep going back to these core competencies. Next, please. It has refused to move on. Now, here, you see, if we know who's coming in, and we know what to teach them, then we can easily determine who is going to teach. We are going back to the expanded teaching platform. There are a lot of practitioners in the community which you should be able to utilize as your teachers. And they can even teach the basic sciences if you exactly tell them what it is that they need to do. So please, let's try as much as we can to utilize the resources that are there. People keep that we are short of staff, we are short of staff. You say, look, you have nurses in the clinic, they can teach you. Who's better to teach you, for example, how to put an IV drip than a nurse? You see, sometimes we do not recognize our own strengths, and we keep complaining and complaining, instead of finding ways in which to do this. We need to train them, of course. First of all, the curriculum has got to be clear. Then we've got to train this staff. But this is what we expect of you. This brings us to the issue of faculty development. Faculty development is very poor in these medical schools. The assumption is that when you qualify as a specialist, you are qualified to teach. That's not true. Especially when we are using methodologies like student-centered teaching, problem-based learning. You see, these are things that are new to most people. So they have got to be trained. So if we are going to expand our teaching platform, it must be accompanied by proper faculty development, where we train them. Not only do we train them, but we also embrace them as staff members. Give them titles. Don't expect you send, my dear, if they send the patient to your health center they expect you to teach and you are not recognized, there's no title given to you. It demoralizes. Okay? And then there's the other issue that I keep hearing people talk about, this community-based learning, that there's nowhere for students to stay. There is no accommodation, there are no facilities. But you should engage with the local administrators. Explain to them that we are bringing education to service. When the students are there, they are also going to offer you service. They are going to be of help to you. So how can you be of help to us? What I'm saying is that you need to develop partnerships between the university and the local administrators. And if you talk to them well, we've done this before. Professor Pura is there. In the Transkai, we got local government to build accommodation for our students because we explained to them what exactly is at fault. There's community university partnerships should be developed, and partnerships should be real partnership. For example, when you have a faculty board meeting and you are deciding on how to utilize your resources, in that discussion, you should involve your partners. How many faculty boards here have got representation from the community? None. I know in my own university, it's not there. And yet this is essential. They should come, and when we discuss these issues, they should be there. So that they have ownership of the process and ownership of the problems. You see, I don't want to put words into Professor Maswa's words. But this thing, strong what? Strong ministries, make what strong? So,
ministries for strong health system.
Exactly. Strong local government, strong what? You build the systems. I don't know. I sometimes I get carried away with some of these things. Now, next, this faculty development. About how many years ago? When it was maybe ended when one of the major recommendations of maybe was on what? Faculty development. And faculty development cannot take place out, in the void, in the air. There's got to be a structure for training staff. And that structure is normally housed in units of medical what? Medical education. Health professions education units. Purpose. You see, somebody was saying knowledge changes every 18 hours. Now, when you are training staff, literature has that the training should be continuous because people tend to get back to their old system after 8 months. So it has got to be a continuous process, especially when you are introducing new ideas, like this community-based education, whatever, problem-based learning, small groups learning. People are tuned to giving lectures. So after 8 months, they are back to doing what they. So in the future, there's only one medical school in Uganda which has got a health professions education unit, and that is the school where I come from. And I can tell you it has not been easy. I've been bending, struggling, doing, but at least we have a department of health professions education, and we are beginning to utilize it. And I really encourage everybody, all these other schools. Next, I need to finish. Simulation methods. You see, especially in surgical training, and also in the this disciplines where there's practical involvement, simulation is a very good way of learning motor skills. And I think every medical school here in Uganda has some, what can we say, rudimentary simulation labs. And there are several things. This simulation should be, you must make sure that it integrates well with the curriculum. And then there needs to be availability of experienced staff, and there's also the availability of space and equipment, and this equipment tends to be costly. But you see, you can have, if you're okay, you can have high fidelity simulations. If you are not okay, there are low fidelity simulations for the poor ones. But it does help, especially in nursing, like obstetrics, delivery, and also in surgical training. Next, e-learning. See, COVID pushed us into e-learning because face-to-face learning was not there. And so some of us have sort of hung on to it. We now have blended learning, where there's a combination of e-learning and face-to-face learning. Problems with e-learning is the limitations in technology. We used to have Zoom sessions with students. At the beginning of the lesson, you find there are 100 students. You can monitor. By the time you are halfway through, the class is also halfway the size because they have run out of data. So that is the real limitation. But then I'm glad there's somebody from National Council for Higher Education here. We need clear policy guidelines on e-learning. I've been asking my university people for policies, and is at the rudimentary level, you know. If you are going to say, okay, let me give you an online exam, you know, how do you ensure that there's no cheating on the other side? And if you find that the student is cheating, what are you going to do? You see, so there's a lacuna here, you know, that needs to be corrected. But it is something which is worthwhile taking. Next. Hello? Here. This, okay, we've talked about community-based education. Community-based education has got different levels. What I'm specifically talking about here is the clinical training in the community health centers. I think that's what the dean was referring to, because he was talking about, is it Calapil? Yeah. Very good idea. Very good idea. But let me tell you this. It goes back to what I'm saying. You should give the Caterpillar people a cookbook. They want this and that. Up to that level. They do this, and this, and this is what is expected. If you don't do that, then they will be dilettant learning. There's no way of monitoring that learning. If
It's telling me that I've talked for too long. It is the way to go. My colleague from Alberta is aware of what they call CLIC. That's the community clerkship, longitudinal community clerkship. They send the students there as a family medicine thing for 5 to 6 months. Professor Kolo is not here. There are some crazy ideas that sometimes come to my mind. Can we create time for students to have clinical clerkship in the community? They'll tell you there's no time. And yet you have, let's say in the clinical districts, you have the junior clerkship and the senior clerkship. Up to now, I have not had somebody successfully explain to me the difference between a junior clerkship and the senior clerkship. I get a feeling in the senior clerkship, there's a lot of repetition of what was done in the junior clerkship. So probably it's time that we begin to think like other places. I think, especially in Europe and in America. Well, if you are going to clerk in medicine, instead of giving you 5 weeks of junior clerkship, another 5 weeks of senior clerkship, they just give you a clerkship in medicine of 10 weeks, so that you are done with it. You improve, you go in as a novice at the first week, and by the time the 10th week is over.
By the time the 10th week has arrived, you know, you are now an expert to that extent. So that will create time. If, for example, you know, which are the major clerkships, isn't it? There are 4 of them. 40 weeks, finished, done. You know, 40 weeks is 1 year. Then you create time for these people to learn, to practice what they have learned in the community. So that by the time the graduation comes, the only difference between them and the fellows who are working there is the salary check. See, this would then be proper training, but that is in my dream. Next, there are just one more slide. I have not touched these issues in this discussion because I know there are people who are going to talk about them, and yet they're important. And we have issues here. I haven't tapped accreditation and regulation. There's a big issue. You see, Professor Kolo is here. Yes. And the people from National Council for Higher Education, sure they'll handle this. Well, they'll be able to explain to us how Kampala International University can take an intake of 500 students when they do not have staff. These are some of the things that need to be discussed. Probably okay, we have got the standard generating body and we have got the accrediting body. Those are some of the issues that need to be talked about. Now, governance and planning is very, very important. You see, let's involve as many stakeholders as possible in the planning and governance. I've already talked to you. If we are going towards what is sometimes referred to as socially accountable medical education, that's education that answers the societal needs, which means of necessity we've got to involve the community members. They should be part of governance and planning. Now, the other thing that I've not talked about is financing and sustainability, because you can't talk about health professions education without talking about the finances. And then monitoring, implementation, and evaluation. That is the function of the Medical and Dental Council. So I haven't touched those ones. Next. I think that's all. Yalama.
Thank you, Professor Kuto, for that insightful, elaborate discussion. It has really been quite eloquent and detailed. As I mentioned earlier, Dr. Kuat, please come over and make the next speaker. I'm quite feeble to do so.
Thank you very much, Chair. As I mentioned earlier, this is the first of a kind, and there's a lot of learning we learned with that. I know we've gone into lunch, too, but I think let us finish the opening session. Our next person is our host. The next speaker is our host, the Vice Chancellor, who will make a few remarks and then invite our chief guest, the Chancellor, who we also call our Chief Elder, to give us his address and then eventually open the conference. So, Papa, I know that as a head teacher, the implications of keeping this population, this age population, in time. But thank you very much for having hosted us. This is I think the second time, especially with Testicles Forum, that you are hosting us.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ekuat. I want to start by saying good afternoon again. The time simply because my dean did my introduction to the future. My role here now is to say, Dr. Ekuto, where we go. I think we need to concretize the future of medical education in Uganda by putting on us through National Council for Education and medical thing. There will always be things. There will always be issues for us to solve. You rightly said that what's the purpose of training? To supply the human resource for this country and for other countries. For Soroti University in particular, we have students from Tanzania, from Kenya, and Uganda. And recently, we had the Articles Club of small units of tribes in this region. Sudan, Kenya, Tanzania, and so on and so forth. We could utilize a new platform or the same platform to come to do what we need to do for medical education in this country. Soroti University in particular is growing. Our first cohort, call it cohort, of graduates will be completing in June. And graduation is in November this year. How they were prepared, and if it rains, I don't want you to slide and fall down. And if it rains, I don't want you to slide and fall down. It's not university. Say, what do you want me to do? I want money for roads. And you don't give me the money, give the contractors. I got the roads. Our future here is certainly to develop medical education. And what you are doing today here, we are getting ideas about clerkships, about community engagements, about what. We will take that into account. Already, there is a problem. National Curriculum Development Center has pushed out a curriculum which requires practice most of the time. Yesterday we discussed it in Parliament, and they say, are you ready to implement this curriculum when time comes? Give us the resources, we shall implement because it's a new thing. And yet we are always doing that. Do surgery without first or reading, you know you have to do surgery, even if the I want, and so on. So reading, you know you have to do surgery, even if the I want, and so on. So Professor Ikuto. Thank you very much for your presentation. The second thing which I would like to tell you about Soroti University, we started at the meeting in 2019, and that's why I'm saying this year in June we shall get them out. But they asked for that curriculum. I don't know what it looks like, but a master's degree program must be written for implementation. I'm now appealing to the people from National Council for Education that the rest of managing community health are very big issues. We are introducing massive public health. Besides those that were mentioned by Dr. Kabwiko this morning. Besides that, government has chosen through competition to start nuclear center here for training in nuclear engineering. The process for starting to dig the ground for that. On our part, we are a host. It's a national institution which all parts of the country, universities, research institutions will be open to come and use. We shall only get the regulations from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. The issue now is we have also developed a curriculum for Mass of Engineering in nuclear engineering. And it looks like we are needed to do more to develop others. We are telling government that we cannot be doing this curriculum. For those places where there are clinical diploma training and so on, say Kichwamba Electrical, we can have them diploma training and so on, say Kichwamba Electrical, we can have them trained there. In Igusitema, there is solar. In Igusitema, there is solar. We can do it there. Instead of crowding the whole place with plates, so that we are getting a lot of light from there. So, Soroti University is growing, and I will target it here. Relationship. That's what I explained. That's how formally to be. From there then, it will be easy for us, to go to the list of the members of the medical association to say, can we have this? Then they will select for us here. Can we have this? Then they will come here. All of you are eligible to have a good beauty. The beauty about it is this. Have no experience with the communities. So through you and through the UMA association, we'll be able to get specialists who can cover these students. Right now, we are using Soroti Hospital. We are doing work in category. Last year, I was very surprised personally that we went with our lecturers, with the students, we met very curious people, to come and remind to a place called Athens, to a place called Akampala. I did not know that people are sick. In 3 days, about 1,000 people were treated. We had some sort of drugs. But the personnel were there. We were there. This is a community engagement. You see, these machines are talking different things. Even this one is sick. Hello? So these experiences which we gather from this conference, from these workshops, are invaluable to what we should be able to learn from. And I ask you, as the association, to keep in touch with us, to see how best we can go ahead. The discussion I had with Dr. Pua about selecting people to give a write-up on what to do next. We have selected people. I will tell you one problem we have, internship, which you mentioned. Students are coming to me to say, now where are we going? That's not my responsibility. But as a parent, I would say, we are working hard. We are working hard with the ministry. The ministry says, go back to the Ministry of Education. Ministry of Education says, we are consulting. Now the cycle continues going. What is the way we can guide these people to absorb these students? I had even suggested that since we have a few of them, I had 2 ideas. If the president comes, can you absorb all the nurses to the military? Can you absorb all the doctors to the military? That is it. And it's here what we say. I was even thinking that can we distribute these people for internship around all our health centers, because people who are educated in Makerere, but they stay in cities where there is money. Here there is poverty. A person to give you a chicken for treating him or her, how do you handle the chicken as a doctor? How? It's very difficult. So I am saying that my interest in this conference is to forge stronger relationships between yourselves and the university. The university is a public university, and therefore all of you are welcome to it, and even to make suggestions. Number 2, I'm interested in the element of which Dr. Kuto, Professor Kuto has been talking about, quality assurance. How do we ensure quality in education? Now he has been giving us 4 sets of this, 2 sets of the other one that are not so good. That's one of the ways of assuring quality. If you go to a health center and ask a patient, if you are not properly a psychologist, you might not know even what the patient is suffering from. So we need a way of improving quality of education, medical education, in all forms actually in this country. I beg you to help us. And the dean will be our conduit in all this, because my training, doctorate is in different things, not yours. I become very useful when I'm a patient to you. That is where it comes. But when it comes to managing students, I depend on them. The other one, which I'm looking at, we have been talking about a shortage of teachers, lecturers, professors, especially professors in medical. In fact, in all fields now, I've noted it here. How best can we help people to accept to come as honorary lecturers, or even full-time lecturers? I see professor there, I see another one here, I see another one there, Emuria is there, here I see. We need more people because there are so many fields in your medicine which require specializations and which we don't have here. We shall argue that matter with the Ministry of Public Service, which gives us the size of the payroll, how many people you need, why you need them, when they shall be accessed to the government payroll, and so on and so forth. Sometimes I am forced to suppress some parts of the votes, other votes, to be able to bring people to come and talk to our students. He has talked about medical education. This matter has been brought to my attention a long time ago. I would like to ask through the association that we have this sort of meetings with our students as well and our staff. Right now the students are in the hospitals, some are in holidays, and the lecturers are out there, they are not here, so that we talk to them to understand what medical education is all about, what the skills they should be able to do in order to serve our people properly. Right now, one good information is that I'm building anatomy block. By August or September, it should be finished. That one is going to make us easier to absorb more than 40 students. Professor Kulo has been very, very harsh when it comes to visitors. Very harsh. I'll mention it here because you are many. Because if it is two of us, we say I will handle him. He has been very harsh, but I want to congratulate him because some of the things he has been talking badly about Soroti University have turned to be positive. For instance, he did not want us to go to Soroti Hospital because he said it was sick. We are sick. For us to move there, but for him he knows it was sick. Government delegations came to Soroti. They said it is sick. Consequently, they helped to improve some buildings. I don't know inside, but some buildings. And that's positive. And he allowed that officially to go to Soroti Hospital. Professor Kulo, thank you very much for that. So therefore, I was informed that when it reaches this time without all the people eating, some things begin to happen. One of them is sleeping, voluntary sleeping. I want to end here by thanking you for accepting to come to Soroti University. And when other opportunities come and we identify you, please accept to come. I also want to thank the organizers because I've been dealing with airport on phone, and I said, you know, those medical things, it needs the D to do it because I don't know the extent of things you want me to do. That's why that man came here. And I told that man, I want Kiria to be here because students say it's our good study. Okay, okay, appreciation. He's a good study, but he should be here. He has a heart where we have shortfalls, and let's continue in that way. And I want to thank for accepting to come to this hot environment. It's always like this during this part of the day. It's not my making. It is nature's making. Even me, I'm sweating. I will not be putting on the things. But because of yourselves, as the CEO of this place, I should show that I'm the CEO. a CEO is hard, but and those people, you are the elders. Take the message there that Soroti University will admit your children, provided you pass through the right route. I have had cases where children of big people here in Soroti apply to other places, they don't get admission. They try other places, they don't get admission. Then they ring my daughter, can you admit my one, and so on. First question, did they put Soroti University as the first example? No. What was the second choice? Another university. So you are using me as what, a dumping ground or what? They ran to the Secretariat of NRL to say this man is bad, he must be removed. Soon as they close the door, they also ring from there to say, what's wrong with young people? I survive by doing things straight. By being straight. And I want, that's my only character. So that I'm not found in the wrong list of education. It was fire. I said, the letter I think must have left on my tray, but I decided yours also. There I passed. So, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all for coming to this university. In Puto, did not tell you, we started Soroti University in Puto. This man, and his topic of community has never gone out of his head. It is always there. I told him that your conditions are no hard for me. What you do, you relocate where you come from. And we relocated to, but of course we relocated to a nearby place here. And he's in Toronto, I know where to get him. But thank you for the support you've given us. And I would like to say, we will be together here today, the remaining hours, tomorrow, and those of you who will come and talk and work out a paper for communication to government or wherever it goes, who will be on Saturday morning. I thank you for listening to me. And of course, I'm not a politician. I forgot one thing. In politics, it's very easy. When you have done that one, you have a second responsibility of inviting the main speaker. And it's now my pleasant work to invite my Chancellor and the guest speaker, Professor Omasho. You are most welcome. You can continue clapping because it's alive. You are welcome, sir.
Wow. Good afternoon, friends. It's late, you must be hungry, long speeches. But my messages are two. The first and most important message is to congratulate UMA Elders Forum under the leadership of Dr. Ole for bringing us here today. And in the same way, to thank you people for sparing your time to travel from wherever you normally live to come to Soroti to interact with your colleagues or our colleagues. This is a key function of the UMA Elders Forum, a spirit of community. And it is that spirit of community which we can then use to advise the Uganda Medical Association and the government of Uganda and others too, using the experience that we have acquired over so many years, qualifying to be called elders. So it is great. I'm really very much uplifted by the fact that you people are here. And I was the first president or chairman of the UMA Elders Forum when it was being formed for the very first time. Selected to the chairmanship in my absence, It serves instead of us entertaining ourselves. And I also want us to encourage Dr. Jagwe celebrated his 90th birthday about 4 weeks ago, something like that. And there are other birthdays which are coming. I will not name these people, but you may a way of engaging these people when their birthdays come, so that at least they don't celebrate alone in their homes. Also, those who pass away, one of my cohort mates was Emuria, a urology surgeon. He passed away, and his family is now organizing the last funeral rites. And they are good enough to invite us to go to attend the meetings for those events. And that's what we want. We want more being together and being supportive to each other. So that is my point number one. It is really great that this is happening and that we are together. And let's enjoy these few days that we have here, and let's use the days to see what we can do to support our country and also to support Soroti University. It is my duty as Chancellor of the University to advocate for the University to benefit from our presence here. And I think on Saturday there is a dedicated session for this. Let's prepare very well for that session. Some of these things which Professor Iputo presented, I have presented to the staff here about medical education units and so on and so on. But let's make sure that they happen. On your program, I was given a topic, I think it is called scope of practice. Scope of practice. So I've done some thinking about this. I've even made some slides, but in the end I decided let me just speak and not bother you with the slides and so on. The first point is to define the topic. I have a Google definition here, if I can get to it. So it says, scope of practice is the range of activities that a licensed health professional is permitted to perform within their profession. Operating words there are permitted to perform. So it assumes that you have the skills and you have been authorized to engage in that profession. And it is not new, even in the Hippocratic Oath, so far away. There is a statement there in the oath which says, I will not cut for stone. Not cut for stone because the physicians of those days did not do surgery. Cutting for stone meant renal stones, gallbladder stones, and so on. So even now, the modified Hippocratic Oath would tell you I will not undertake surgical interventions for which I am not trained. So from the very beginning, the scope of work was there. What is the physician permitted to do? Now, this whole thing then, the topic of scope of practice to us becomes important in the fact that we have a move now towards competency-based training. Everybody is talking about competency-based training. So what competencies are we training for? And how do they relate to the various professionals that we are referring to? So it matches very well indeed. But what I know from my own growing up in the profession here is that the earlier doctors who were trained by the colonial people, they were initially not even addressed as doctors as such, but they were called senior native medical assistants, something like that. And they would send those people from Molago to Moyo, and they would be there in Moyo being general duty practitioners. And for some reason, they were able to be good general duty doctors, general duty medical practitioners, doing everything. Their scope of work was the definition of a doctor of medicine, which again, if you read it, says is someone who has been trained to diagnose and treat diseases and injuries. That is the definition of a doctor of medicine. So being able to diagnose and treat everything. So scope of competence for those people as medical doctors was very broad. And somehow they were able to carry out these tasks. They would go, take a specimen of blood and put it under a microscope, say this patient has got malaria. If someone comes with obstructed labor, they are able to do cesarean section. Another person has come with intestinal obstruction, they are able to undertake a laparotomy, resect gut, anastomose, and so on. And that is the type of competencies that we assume we give to our people or our doctors who finish internship, and then we send them to health center for. At one time, I played the role of chief surgeon, chief government surgeon, and we developed with Dr. Kionga then the skill sets and competencies for medical officers who go to health center force. And this included, of course, basically it is common medical conditions. That's what Dr. Puto was saying. Common medical conditions in the community, common medical conditions in the community, usually for which hospitals are needed. And that basically would include infections, common infections, malaria, urinary tract infections, viral infections, and then in the obs and gynae, cesarean section, antenatal care, eclampsia, and so on, and then you move on, and so on and so on, including being able to do laparotomy, a resection and anastomosis of the gut. That's quite a lot, but it is possible to achieve those competencies, provided that the opportunities for training are there. And now, here in Uganda, Dr. Kulu, I do not know whether the Medical and Dental Practitioners Council, when you license these people, you have a list of competencies which you expect them to do, or it is based on the curriculum which are approved by the Medical and Dental, approved by the National Council for Higher Education. And colleague from the National Council for Higher Education, thank you very much for coming to this meeting. It is also an opportunity for us to interact. We have met major issues there, major, big issues there. A school admitted students, trained them, then the Medical and Dental Council said these people were not properly admitted and so on. And the school went to court, and the court said, it is okay, let them go and practice. How can we allow that to happen in this country? And apparently the judge was basing his argument on that it is the National Council for Higher Education and not the Medical and Dental Practitioners Council who have the say on who can be allowed to practice. So that's big, and we should not allow that to happen in time. So there is a council going on. What is its name? Mushega Council. Is another course called Bachelor of Clinical Medicine and Science. So how different are those from the current medical qualifications? And how do they get the authority to run those courses? How different is the Bachelor of Obstetrics from the Bachelor of Science in Midwifery and Nursing? So it is a timely meeting here, we old people. Maybe we are bold enough to say those things which other people fear to say, but in the common good of our people, for the good of our people, let's take these issues forward and let's make sure that they are properly handled. Someone cannot start a degree in Bachelor of Clinical Medicine without due consultation. Or who will employ them? Do they have posts in the public service? Or they don't care about that? They will go and open their private clinics and run them. And this is just chaos. We can't allow that to happen. And interprofessional education is very important, and practice. And we need to be able to know where our skills start and end. And our relations with nurses as doctors also, we need to make sure that they are in the right place. I spent time as the Executive Director of the Global Health Workforce Alliance, and there is very hot politics there. Nurses in some of the countries, especially the USA, are very aggressive against medical doctors. You would hear one talking in a lot of anger. Stop calling yourselves doctors, call yourselves physicians. I'm also a doctor. And so on. I watched all that and said, hello, where are we headed? We shouldn't allow that to happen. So, in summary, therefore, friends, this topic of scope of practice is extremely important. It is about the competencies that we want to impart on our trainees and for them to maintain. It should also enable us to have interprofessional collaboration so that doctors know what their job is, nurses know what their job is, and midwives also know what their job is. And what Professor Kuto was calling a cookbook, I heard him use that word many times, cookbook. These are guidelines which you use to achieve, hand over the MC. Because this very big surgeon here, his father and I went to junior secondary school. You remember this junior secondary school business? Together here in Soroti. And his father is still there also. He tells me he's fine. Oh, I forgot the main job. It is therefore my great pleasure and honor to officially declare this conference open and wish you fruitful deliberations.
Thank you so much for being patient with us. Lunch is ready, and I believe that is good news. It's ready, and I believe that is good news. And there are suggestions that before we have the lunch, it would be good for us to take a group photo. Although someone else said the smiles might not come out. Yes, so this might not come out. Yes, so we shall have our group photo first, and then we come for our lunch. Now outside, we had planned to eat from out, but it's extremely hot. It's actually hotter out there than here. So we think we shall serve food and then move. So we think we shall serve food and then move back inside. Or there are other open rooms there we would rather use for having our lunch. Otherwise, the tents are even hotter than this room. Special thanks again to Kumi Orthopedic Center. Thank you so much for supporting us. Let's clap for them. Bethesda and the director is here. We want to see you, Dr. Kule. Lovely. Thank you, gentlemen. Bethesda Hospital, the director is here. Please stand up for recognition. That's Dr. Emuria Juvenile. You know, we are going for lunch and this was your effort. UAP Old Mutual, I saw you around. UAP Old Mutual, stand up for recognition. Doctors Plaza Soroti. Yes, thank you. Joint Clinic Soroti, please stand up for recognition. Thank you so much. The Director, Soroti Regional Referral. Yes, that is the gentleman. Thank you so much. Of course, I cannot ask my father now to stand up, but special thanks to Soroti University for hosting us. And they've not only hosted us, but they have supported us in so many ways. Transport, so many ways. And thank you for all these journeys that you've taken to come and bless this occasion. Now, because after taking the photo, we are coming straight to eat, allow me ask my Professor Jiko, to pray for this food so that there are no accidents.
Thank you so much. Let's humble ourselves and pray. Father Almighty, Giver of life, we want to praise and thank you for this day. We thank you for bringing us together and sharing the knowledge. We pray that as we go to eat, bless the meal that we are going to eat. Bless the hands that have prepared it with love. And bless us who are going to partake in this meal, that we may derive the energy to serve you. We make this prayer through Christ our Lord. Amen. The Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Now there is another suggestion that outside is too hot for the group photo.
Let's have it from here.
It's a suggestion that we have a group photo from here. Some members will sit in front, others stand, and we maintain our background.
Yeah. Please just quickly follow it so that quickly we can go and have lunch. Dr. Dakota. Yes, you forgot to recognize your mission.
Let me, Uganda Medical Association, for bringing us together. Now, a special one for Teso branch for accepting to host the very first one of its kind in the country. I don't know who is going to host the next one. But Dr. Uma and team, thank you so much. And I am told he will be visiting some of you people very soon because he wants to add more papers. And I talk about him here next time.
But for now, just would like to recognize the team with whom we've been putting this together, the UMA Elders Forum Executive Committee. Please stand for recognition. The lady is Dr. Florence Bayingana. She is the Vice Chair of the committee. Dr. Geoffrey Mlindwa is our Secretary. Professor Samuel Abura is a member. Oh, sorry, I thought somebody was drawing my attention. We have Lydia Mugera, and then the immediate past chair, Dr. Patrick Kadama. I think that's the team. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Edward. So, we are going to have three relatively short presentations. And our first talk is going to come from two of the talks will be from the regulators of the training. And one will be a voice from the young people and their concerns. Many of us have our concerns, and our concerns will then be relayed here in a panel discussion. So I would like to start with our first presentation, and that is challenges facing health professionals education and training. And this discussion or talk is going to be led by Dr. Godfrey Onyait. Dr. Onyait is the program officer in charge of is a senior officer in the Department of Program Accreditation and in the Directorate of Quality Assurance and Accreditation at the National Council for Higher Education. He comes to represent the Executive Director, Professor Mary Obakol, and so he'll be speaking as Professor Mary Obakol. Dr. Onyait is a computer scientist with a PhD in computer science. He oversees the accreditation of all the higher education programs which we run in the different universities. When we review the curriculums and we submit these curriculums, all the curriculums go to this gentleman, and he oversees them and eventually leads to their accreditation. Join me please to welcome Dr. Onyait to give us his presentation, the processes and the challenges of accreditation involving health professionals education and training. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. They have been introduced. I have the Word document. I did change it to PowerPoint. I will not read word by word, but give you a summary of the challenges that we are experiencing in health professionals education and training. As the technical team is setting up, I would like to give a brief highlight of the role of National Council for Higher Education. National Council for Higher Education is a body that is mandated to regulate higher education in Uganda. It is a body that guides
on issues concerning higher education. It is a body that derives its power from the Universities and Other Tertiary Institutions Act, CAP, or Chapter 262. When you look at the Act, it provides us with all the ingredients that we need in the regulation of higher education. For example, Section 125 of the Universities and Other Tertiary Institutions Act, CAP 262, it mandates National Council for Higher Education to accredit the programs. If it is a professional program, we accredit it in consultation with a professional body. When I talk of in consultation with a professional body, what does it mean? When we receive a program, that program is forwarded to the registrar of the professional body to identify experts in that field to review. After reviewing, a feedback is given to National Council to forward to the institution to act upon.
Once the institution has acted, upon, the feedback is again sent to National Council. National Council forwards the program, the feedback to the professional body to ascertain whether the gaps identified have been satisfactorily addressed. Once the professional body announces or provides a response that it is now okay, we again receive that feedback and forward to the institution with a request for them to prepare for facility verification. Once the institution says they are ready for facility verification, we again write to the registrar of the professional body to nominate at least 2 senior experts to join the National Council to go and verify the facilities. So in the verification of the facilities, the professional body is free to use their checklist together with the checklist provided by National Council to ascertain the level of readiness of the institution to run the program. If, upon looking at what is on the ground, the team is satisfied, a recommendation is made. That recommendation is reviewed and finally progressed to council, requesting for accreditation. Technical team, what has happened? I'm waiting for you to connect.
Apologies, the project had been disconnected, so we are still...
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So, once that report is positive, it is progressed to council. And the council makes a pronouncement that the program has been accredited. So that is what we normally do. In the facility verification, this team that goes for facility verification makes a pronouncement on admissible numbers based on what they have seen on the ground. We look at the human resource. There is a ratio according to the fields. We look at the infrastructure, lecture space, the laboratories. We also look at the equipment.
we look at the library, the book ratio. So out of these parameters, we look at the limiting factor for determining the admissible numbers. Because there are institutions that, when you look at the infrastructure, it is excellent. But when it comes to the human resource, it is a limiting factor. So that is the factor which is used. But the challenge we have had with this is some cases the team failed to use the capacity indicators correctly. And as a result, they give a wrong admissible number. And when this admissible number is adjusted to match with what is on the ground, the institution takes you to court. We have been taken to court over and over on admissible numbers. So it is one of the challenging issues that we have at hand. So we need to put our heads together and see how best we can. It defines a tertiary institution. 2, we have the introduction. When you look at health, it is a key issue in our societies. And that's why the health professionals play a very big role in the prevention, in the cures, and other health tips. When you look at the health professionals' education and training in Uganda, in the early 90s, it used to be under Ministry of Health. Then by 1990, it was moved to Ministry of Education and Sports. And as I talk on now, in 2021, a fully fledged department was set up to handle the issues of health professionals' education and training. So, the issues started. And the questions that institutions normally ask us: who is responsible for the regulation of health professionals' education and training in Uganda? Is it the Ministry of Health or Ministry of Education and Sports? From the brief background I have given, in the early 90s, it was under Ministry of Health. By 1990, it was moved to Ministry of Education and Sports. That was now the beginning of the confusion. Did the Ministry of Health give up that mandate of regulating the training? That is a question which is not yet answered. So in our discussion, we shall be looking at some of those issues. You are elders in this field. Some of you were part of the team that looked at some of these changes. The key issue that I'm supposed to present today on are the challenges facing health professionals' education and training. Before I dive into the challenges, I would like to make this statement clearly to you, and you will either agree with me or disagree. Education system in Uganda has been commercialized. It has been politicized, making the regulatory part complex. You as a regulator when you try to implement your mandate, you will find the institution runs to IGG. IGG writes to you, can you stop this? You are a regulator. You have been stopped. Sometimes the institution runs to court. We have had situations whereby court orders National Council to license the institution. We have had situations whereby we license institutions via court instructions. How are you going to regulate such institutions? We have also had situations where students run to court. You have told the students, this is the way. The students run to court, and the court gives you directive. A big challenge. So I strongly believe in this conference, we shall be able to forge a way forward. I would like to start by looking at health training institutions, Part A. What are the challenges with the health training institutions? Section 122, Part 1, prohibits anybody from establishing and operating a tertiary institution without the relevant license. Is that observed? The answer is no. We have institutions that are operating without our license. When you go to the institution will waive a letter signed by for the permanent secretary. For us, we granted permission by the permanent secretary to operate for 3 years, renewable. We have nothing to deal with you. We have situations whereby institutions are operating without a license, but they have examination center. When you query, they say, no, for us we are under your head. We are under UNIMED. We have a center. We have nothing to deal with you. So what are you saying? A big challenge. We have institutions that do not meet the minimum requirements, but they are operating. It is a challenge. B, overlapping mandates. Who should regulate these institutions? Institutions themselves are getting mixed up. Sometimes we go for inspections. The institution asks you, what have you come from? You say, but you mean you don't know us? For us, we don't know you. Overlapping mandates. Who should regulate the institutions? We have the issue, we have the Ministry of Health, we have the Ministry of Education and Sports, we have National Council for Higher Education, which is supposed to be under Ministry of Education and Sports. Things happen behind your back. For us, we were given this license by Ministry of Education and Sports. But that institution is not registered under National Council. And it is operating. When you tighten, you will find instructions will come from above. Big challenge. We have examining bodies having a say on the regulation of the institutions. When National Council licenses an institution, the examining body refuses to give a center number, examination number. For us, we have nothing to deal with the National Council. We have presented these issues to Ministry of Education and Sports. We did mapping of institutions in the country. I was assigned some region, and I discovered a law. Licensed by the ministry. We are given the license by Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education. But when you look at the person who signed, it is for Permanent Secretary. And when you look at the license given, it does not specify what to teach. The programs are not accredited. A big challenge. Overlapping mandates. Curriculum. Curriculum development. How is the curriculum developed? National Council develops minimum standards, the guidelines that the institutions are supposed to use to guide them in the development of the curricula. These guidelines are never used. They are put aside. Institutions go on copy and paste. A very big challenge. Copy and paste. They don't follow the procedure needed in the development of a curriculum. For you to develop the curriculum, first you need to ask yourself, what kind of graduate do we want? What competences are we interested in? How can we come up with a graduate of today and tomorrow? If it is a doctor of today and tomorrow. That bit is never followed. Copy and paste, a big challenge. Program accreditation. Section 125 of the Universities and Other Tertiary Institutions Act mandates National Council to accredit the curriculum. If it is a professional program, in consultation with a professional body. I'm always asked, when you talk of in consultation with a professional body, what does it mean? In consultation, National Council does not have expertise in reviewing the curriculum. When an institution submits the professional program to us, we identify the professional body responsible. So we forward the program to the professional body for review and for advice. The feedback is given to us, we forward it to the institution acts, gives us the response, we again forward it to the professional body to verify. Then from there we move on to also to the next level of facility verification. In the facility verification, we don't go alone. One thing that you need to know, National Council has signed MOUs with all professional bodies. And in the MOUs, it is very clear. We work together. Facility verification with the professional bodies. Professional body is ahead. For us, we are there to observe and to see to it that our capacity indicators have been correctly used. The recommendations come from the professional bodies. There are situations that might lead to differences in the viewing things. It has never happened, but we have learned how to harmonize them. It is also a challenge. Like, if I may take an example of the Medical and Dental Practitioner Council. we have an MOU. We move together, viewing the programs, verifying the facilities, monitoring. Though in the MOU there is a clause that says the professional body reserves the right to go and monitor alone without us. That is what happens. And that is how accreditation is done. Program implementation, stroke monitoring. This is where a big challenge comes. When we talk of program implementation, we are looking at the actual teaching and learning. Who are the people handling our students? Do they meet the minimum requirements of being a lecturer? For us, from the regulatory perspective, we classify the lecturers core and non-core. For example, if you were to teach in the MBCHD, you must be a core medical doctor. Your first degree must have been MBCHD. If you did something nearer to that, you are not core. You are not eligible to teach core course units in MBCHD. But that is not the case. Institutions go ahead and hire people who are non-core to teach. Big challenge. When you go on monitoring, this is here from you. You try to interact with the staff hides the information from you. The good thing, most of you have participated in the inspection. The chair, Dr. Edward, we have been together, going to the field. You just see the reality. Information is concealed from you. The big challenge. When the time comes for you to interact with the students reveal. For us, we are never taught. For us, we are taught by a junior person. For us, we are taught by a person we do not know his or her qualifications. That's where you begin picking some information. But the true stuff, they don't tell you. They have been brainwashed. Don't tell National Council what is on the ground. They will close us. So for fear of losing their jobs, the staff, the lecturers also hide the information. It is the students who will reveal it to you. Still under implementation, there is aspect of examination, assessment. How is assessment being done? This is a big challenge. Students not properly being assessed. You are supposed to give a number of assignments, but the lecturer gives one assignment or two assignments and puts students in groups. You have a class of 40 students, you divide the class into two, so you end up getting two groups, simplifying work for himself. Instead of students doing assignment individually, the students are put in groups. Imagine a class of 40 students, then you divide it into two groups. A big challenge. The issue of assessment is still a challenge. The way questions are being set. Then we come to the delivery. Still on the implementation. The pedagogy used. When COVID hit, most institutions ran to online. National Council responded by coming up with the emergency guidelines. help the institutions be able to implement online teaching and learning. When the lockdown was lifted, National Council again developed full online guidelines. But some institutions remained on the emergency. Others, even without meeting the minimum requirements for full online teaching, they are teaching online. We have had situations whereby institutions assess students via online. There is a university that assesses students via online. 4 students failed. They came to us. When they were admitting us, they did not tell us we were going to be examined online. For that matter, we are taking the university to court. So we told the students, can you hold on? We invited the VC, DVC, academic registrar, and the QA officer. Come with your policy documents. When they came with their policy documents, I was interested in admission policy and examination policy. There was nothing mentioned about online assessment, online delivery. So we asked the professor, Professor, what informed your decision to subject the students to online assessment? For you don't have any guidelines. The professor had to cough first. You see, you know? I said, no, we are not seeing anything. What informed your decision? Then we made a ruling. Can you go and subject the students to the traditional form of assessment if you want to survive litigation? So they went, subjected the students to the traditional assessment, and the students all passed, and that's how they survived. It is a big challenge. Enrollment. Enrollment. When we are predicting a problem, we indicate an admissible number per year. But what is going on down at the institutional level? Institutions come up with multiple admissions. We have January intake, we have April intake, we have August intake. Are you seeing that? Yeah. We don't have even the winter, the one. They will tell you we have winter intake, we have summer, we have. You see that? And as a result, the enrollment goes up. The infrastructure is not enough to accommodate the large number that has been admitted. The books, these days they hide under online. For us, we have online resources. And when you try to verify the online resources, you cannot access. We have developed the minimum standards for also online. So unless the institution meets the requirements, we don't give you permission. We have institutions that are operating also much as they have been licensed. Some are public. They are not supposed to run online courses, but they run under acts. A big challenge, big enrollment. While some institutions are limping, others have admitted very big numbers. Those that are trying to follow the guidelines, they have small numbers. So others are laughing at them that you are limping because you are following the guidelines. Practicum sites. You have admitted large numbers. Do you have adequate practicum sites? And because you have big numbers, you end up using the sites that do not meet the minimum requirements for practicum sites. Those practicum sites that are meeting the minimum requirements, they are overcrowded. Why? Because it is the only center which is meeting the requirements. So as a result, all the students flock to that place. And as a result, they don't acquire the competencies that are expected. Next is program review. In the discussion, in the presentation, one of the members did mention when the curriculum is due for review. You remember when the issue of expired degrees came? National Council had serious discussions and came up with some guidance for a period when the program is supposed to be due for review. For example, if a program is a 3-year program, the duration is 2N plus 1. For example, medicine is 5 years. It is 2N plus 1, meaning that the curriculum has to go cycle 1, cycle 2, plus 1 year for submission for reaccreditation. Those are 11 years. If the program is a 3-year program, 2N plus 1 is 2 times 3 plus 1 is 7. It goes through one cycle, second cycle, then they review in that 1 year. So that is the formula that we use to guide the institutions in reviewing the programs. 2N plus 1, where N is the duration of the program. In the review, it is a requirement, but the institutions don't do. If they claim to be doing, they make some slight alterations on the cover page and submit the very curriculum. No value addition. Challenges we have with the training of health professionals. Curriculum never reviewed. And for information, when you are reviewing the curriculum, you look at a number of stakeholders, the alumni, the industry, the society, the market. You do some benchmarking with the neighbors. For your information, we are heading towards regional accreditation. I did participate in the training as a regional program reviewer and the facility verification expert. We had 7 countries looking at the minimum standards that we need to consider when we are considering regional accreditation. Program review is key. Sometimes I get shocked when a professor asks me, you National Council, you accredited our program. What is the relevance of having it reviewed? Things keep on changing. So how do you address those changes without reviewing? There are things that have become obsolete. They need to be removed and you bring in what is needed. That's why when you are developing a curriculum, you need to have just in your mind the graduate you want, the competences that you need the graduate to have. And that's why we don't focus on the name of the program. We focus on the competences. What competences do we need? You have interviewed most of our graduates. You ask a graduate, you got first class in this, that, oh yes, what exactly can you do? The graduate will tell you anything or everything. What does it mean? The person lacks the competences needed. While the other one, who went through a curriculum where the competences were clearly spelled, you ask the person, what exactly can you do? The person will be able to tell you, I can do A, B, C, D. While the other one will tell you, I can do anything, or I can do everything. Those are also some of the challenges that we are experiencing. Next is the different stakeholders. The stakeholders in the training of health professionals. Who are these stakeholders? Who are these stakeholders? We have the professionals. Uganda Allied Health Professionals Council, Uganda, you are professionals in this field. Like, there was a gentleman who was sitting next to me, he was saying there are only 4 in the country, only 4. Through this forum, we should be able to forge a way forward. Number of patients. It is also a challenge. One time, I was invited to take part in the supervision of some interns. We went to one regional hospital. The number of interns was far much greater than the patients. Yeah. One patient, there were over 30 interns. Those short ones were not able to see even what was happening. The professor was busy explaining, these other short ones were now doing other things. A big challenge. Some interns were not attended to, and yet they were there. So I would ask, now, you are here, you are an intern. Who is guiding you in what you're supposed to do? We have not seen him, or we have not seen her for a full week, and yet they were there. A big challenge. Supervisors. It is also another challenge. I'm not going to dwell on this. Remuneration. This is also another factor. For public institutions, it might be fair, but private, it's a big challenge. I did participate in the touring of selected universities that are running health training with the Education Policy Review Commission. And we found a big challenge. And there was a request. The graduates they are producing, they are not private. They are for Uganda and beyond. Why doesn't the government come in and give a hand? This is also a challenge. Conclusion. 1. Based on the challenges identified, NCSE makes the following recommendations. 1. Streamline the role of different stakeholders in health education and training. We need to streamline. Who does what? 2. Let the professional bodies continue with supporting NCHE in developing standards. For your information, when we are developing the minimum standards or the guidelines, we don't develop in isolation. We develop together with the professional bodies. There is no way we can leave the professional bodies. It is one of the challenges that we have observed. Even in the development of curricula, institutions develop curricula in isolation. And because they did not involve the hospitals or health centers, senior professionals, they end up coming up with a curriculum which is substandard. So the professional body should continue supporting NCHE in the developing standards for institutional licensing. Institutional licensing and accreditation. During institutional licensing, we look at the governance. The VC, does he or does she meet the minimum requirements of being a vice chancellor of a medical university? We look at the organogram. We also look at the aspect of funding. We have medical council here. Are you aware we have now 14 medical universities running medicine? 14. 7 public, 7 private. 7 public, 7 private. Do you have enough manpower to monitor, to regulate these universities? A big challenge. Program development. program accreditation, monitoring, supervision of interns to ensure quality of health training in Uganda. And we have number 3, professional bodies should focus on developing ethical standards and regulating the quality of practice in the field. For us, we cannot regulate the practice. 4, strengthen the cooperation and collaboration between the relevant ministries, relevant MDAs, professional bodies, examining bodies, among others, to streamline the training of health professionals. Then lastly, we should aim at producing the health professionals of today and tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, that is what I wanted to share with you as far as the challenges are concerned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Knight. Colleagues, you will realize we gave a free rein and time for Dr. Knight to try to speak to us. We didn't interrupt him. But in the process, time is significantly gone, and it is coming to 5. We have 2 speakers. It's a really important area, something which affects us too. They sold land, they sold their cows, trained them. But because of the regulation problems from National Council of Higher Education, we have people who are sitting at home. And going to make matters worse, because the things which they learned in school, now they are forgetting. And in a few months' time, we're going to release another 2,000 to 3,000. What is going to happen? Some of the issues which are raised are very, very concerning. And at the end, we're going to have a panel discussion. With that, I'd like to please like to invite our next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Joel Mirembe. Dr. Mirembe is training in physiology, but other than that, is the Secretary General of the Uganda Medical Association. He has been an activist amongst our young doctors. He was a leader of the Federation of Uganda Medical Students. He was a leader of the Uganda Federation of Medical Interns. Then led the central branch of Kampala in UMA before running for the office of Secretary General of the Medical Association. So he has been in the thick of these things for some time. Dr. Mirembe. Please do not go more than 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Prof. My seniors and colleagues have already been introduced, and I introduced myself earlier. So I will directly go to the issue on the floor. And like the theme is saying, decades after leaving medical school, what changed? And when I was thinking about the theme and the topic, there are things which might have changed right into the positive angle, and there are those which have changed wrongly and they are negatively affecting the profession. So we need to look at both angles, assess the progress, look at the gaps, and find a way to move. Please move to the next slide. Since 2016, when I was a third-year medical student, we have always had annual breaking news. And the annual breaking news has always been interns fail to be deployed. Interns fail to be paid. Interns this time have been assaulted because they sleep in ghettos and so on and so on. So this last year, 2024, at least for intern doctors, 550 intern doctors were not deployed. Majority of them are from Makerere University, and one very senior colleague, Dr. Kalisula Robert, asked a question that interns have been asking us internally. Where are the 550 intern doctors who have provisional licenses from Professor Okuro? They have the provisional licenses, but now almost a year, they were not designated a hospital where to practice from. So are they on the streets? Are they at home? Are they in clinics doing quackery, practicing in facilities which don't have the equipment that they need? Some of them actually, with evidence, have been displaced and have been managed by some of the senior colleagues because of the status quo. Because some of this deployment, when they had already been sitting at home for a year. So 2 years post-medical school, no internship. Do you think when that person finally gets the slot, will they still be having the skills to actually do the work? So, where are they? When they are not deployed, they get these maneras. That's why I put that poster. Move to the next slide. You can see the messages. The messages are very many. We shall see at the presentation. When they get the maneras, police comes after them. We have seen female doctors being assaulted by police officers because of this internship issue. You can see police chasing them. You can see they are scared, but they are not throwing away their maneras. So they are trying to raise their voice such that they are deployed. Move to the next one. So when police is chasing them, the headlines: doctors, the down tools, doctors have been arrested, doctors have been dispersed, beatings. You can see the other female doctor, I know her personally. You can see this one almost being torn into pieces by police. So this is where I intentionally put these photos and this screenshot in particular. Is this where we want our younger generation to be? We want them every year to be assaulted, be battered, beaten, but at the same time, these scenes of your young people and those who are in medical school, people actually, the morale to continue advising their children to come to medicine is going down. There was a study which was done about 4 years ago, asking medical students where they want to be after medical school. Over, I think, 65% of them wanted to live and practice outside Uganda because they were citing such issues and welfare. Please, next. Next slide. So, please first go back a little. So, who is a medical intern? And what is medical internship? I put a comparison 20 years ago and now. And I also put since 2016 because at least there I was following. The first media interview I did it when I was in third year. In 2016, government had proposed not to pay intern doctors who trained using their parents' fees or guardian fees. That now the guardian should take up that burden. After someone, Kwambala Kakofira from Makerere, I'm using Makerere because you know it's the biggest university. I started from Marada, so don't say that he is from Makerere, so he's proud. So we had a story, and I planned my presentation to ask two elders, one elder, to tell us how their internship experience looked like. Because for us, when I was an intern, I was paid 750. It took 7 months to just get it. So post-graduation, we all know these are graduates. They have finished medical school. They are supposed to practice under supervision. The question is, when they go to those hospitals, are they actually being supervised?
or they go and work on their own, supervisors pass by. The other issue, I'm asking elders because these things actually happen, such that since you have even a plan for a communique, you plan to find a gateway how these things should be sorted. You see, okay, the pay is not coming, they're not being deployed, but also there are issues there that are coming on the side from the seniors, the senior medical officers, the consultants, the specialists who are absent from supporting the interns, do their work and also learn. So before, 20 years ago, it was paid labor. You could be sure you're going to be paid. You could be sure of accommodation. You could be sure of a leave. You could be sure. Someone told me, one elder told me that for them, that time even they had a maid. But you were also sure that you are going to work a lot. The schedules were very tight. So, were there chronic strikes? Like a year you have 4 strikes of interns. Why? Their man has not come after 5 months. Then we have now this load of 550 doctors not deployed. So, do we have a law, a policy, a regulatory framework then 20 years ago? Currently, at least I'm sure it's not there. It was discussed in 2017. I represented the medical students then because I was Vice President for medical students and I was delegated. But that policy has never come out since 2017. At some point I heard the certificate of financial application was given, but somehow, because I think some, like the previous president has said phone call come, then some abnormal letter is issued to someone, so someone didn't agree with a few things that the team that drafted the policy, and the policy is still in limbo. I've heard rumors that Ministry of Education has now crafted its own. It is allegedly in advanced stages. We are not actually very sure of what is there as the UMA. So you realize what was 20 years ago positively impacting the life of practice of an intern is the opposite almost of what is actually happening. So that's where we are. Chronic strikes, we plead for deployment, we plead to be paid our very simple allowances. Our supervisors, some are very present and very active, but there are cases of those who are absent. Next slide. Okay, so 20 years ago, this is where I wanted one elder to tell us how it felt like. Maybe we are over-exaggerating our importance. I'm not an intern doctor. I was an intern in 2018, but I've moved with them. Actually, personally, when I became the interns president, I and the team formed what we call the Federation for Uganda Medical Interns. And we wrote a petition. When we wrote a petition, we took it to Parliament. Parliament actually, when Dr. Swata, our president now, came on board, they followed it up. Parliament discussed it with the help of the able, ever-present seniors and Professor Umaso. At least whenever you give him a call, he will give you guidance. And more important, when he's available, he will physically walk you to those offices. So before I forget, please, you elders, all of you who are here, if you can just pick 50% of what Professor Maswa does for the health workers, we shall be good to go. We shall be good to go. Definitely, our past president, Dr. Idro, Dr. Paul, they are always present, anytime, any day. Even if you tell them, I want to address this issue, right for me, they will write, they will advise you. So please, next slide. Yes. So this photo here, there is a senior citizen with a wife. They are happy. According to the description and the experience shared from you elders, this is how internship look like. Except their heavy workload. At least you are sure of accommodation, you are sure of pay, okay? Even leave. My senior, I will not mention his name, called me the other time. I told him I'm at work. He laughed at me and said, hey, Medicine has changed. You have just finished a wedding, 2-3 days you are at work. So then move to the next slide. Now, this is the status quo. Okay? Chaos. Every time you are people approaching finishing medical school, they are worried. Will I be deployed? If I'm deployed, will I be paid? If I'm to be paid, how much? Because the money keeps changing. We negotiated with the government. Parliament recommended actually the intern doctor should be paid the same money as the medical officer, but without the continuation. The president said they don't have enough money, so they are going to pay half. We say, okay. As a Uganda money, Yamato Lokale Yimuchi, Nkwawa, I mean, half a rupee is better than 9. So that happened. It started getting 2.5 million gross. That he was reducing to around 1.8 net pay. So we are all happy, excited. We're like, okay, let us now begin to advocate slowly for building hostels close to hospitals and all that. All of a sudden, things happened, Millgate. Before we knew, the president was convinced. Who wrote that actually they do very important work? It's on record, he wrote himself. After meeting, President Idro was there, Vice President over there, I think he was also there. Actually, he led the delegation. Things have changed. And the last statement I had him make, after still some other selfish individuals meeting him, that now, when Dr. Epuatia struggles and pays for his son or grandson, children, to go to medical school, they graduate, he should also pay them when they are doing internship for a full year. Something that is very unfair. So let's move to the next slide. So here, there are 5 stories, each is like 2 minutes. I'd planned to play them, but we're not going to play them. We're just going to play one of them. You play for us the first story. Are you ready? Oh, I keep talking as you get ready. So that's the first video describing what actually I've been talking about. I'm about to finish, don't get worried. Any volunteer elder to tell us how their internship experience look like. It should be a good one, eh? You tell us you lost your father, you lost your girlfriend, those things. Yes. Yeah, I'm saying it should be a nice one. That's what I'm trying to say. I already got a senior here. Yes.
This is a story. This is a story. I really don't like it.
How is it? Janet, Josephine Mukwaya was here. Because after, okay, but that was before. But, okay, internship, I did in Mulago. I had a room in the doctor's mess. The bed was made for me. Yes, it was made. The sheets belonged, I mean, everything was provided. I only had to do the stitch I had to go and do. The food was there, and with the SHOs, everybody in the dining room. And if there was a strike, it was because there was no meat. And I remember Minister Kwasi came and he fired the storekeeper in front of us. You don't joke with it, go. It was. And if I got tired, I was on call and on the ward. I don't have to walk back from 6B to the doctor's mess, there's a room for me there again if I want to sleep there. So half a minute tell you post-internship, I was posted to Mulago and there was no accommodation. So as a very important guest employee of the government, I was booked into the now Sheraton Hotel. It was then Apollo Hotel. In a suit. And when it went down for renovation, they took me to Fairway. From Fairway to Kitante Court. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elder Epa. Thank you very much. Please stand for him. We refused to come up and now we don't want even also to cry. So, I wanted it to come from someone because I didn't talk to him. Actually, I've never shared his true story with him. At least I had Professor Maswas and many of you others. So, all right, please put on this volume. So you can keep following as they connect the volume. Okay, put it back so that it starts from the start. Thank you.
In 2021, President Museveni directed that the monthly pay for medical interns be increased. He ordered that interns receive half of the salary of fully appointed officers in their respective professions starting from July 2021. This raised their monthly allowance from 750,000 shillings to 2.5 million, with the President acknowledging that the previous amount was insufficient to cover basic living expenses, especially since many interns lived in rented and safe locations far from their training hospitals. However, last year, due to budgetary constraints, the government reduced the allowance to 1 million shillings. Despite this reduction, the Health Ministry says the allocated budget this year is still insufficient to deploy all qualified medical interns, leaving around 1,000 interns without deployment this year. On Sunday, President Museveni, who had previously called for increased intern allowances, proposed that those funding a medical student's education should also be responsible for covering the internship costs due to funding limitations.
If you don't do internship, you are going to finish the course. But the question now is, who pays for the internship? Some people are saying the government must pay, but this, I think that one is a bit risky because the government will pay if it has money. But you want to have enough money, it has got money, but it has got so many things to do.
However, the Uganda Medical Association has dismissed this proposal, calling it unacceptable, saying medical interns are qualified doctors who contribute to the healthcare system during their one-year internship.
To take this for 5 years, go attend a graduation at Makerere, and then again the same friend begins to pay salary to his son or daughter. Work on government patients. Okay. It's not acceptable.
Also, internship is work, very heavy work. They go on shifts, 24 hours, sometimes 36 hours, and they are the ones who right there at the problem when patients arrive in the hospital. It's interns who see them, who make the initial diagnosis, the initial treatment before the other people come. So it is work which should be paid, not not taken for granted that we need this training, therefore.
According to doctors, the current 1 million shillings allowance is already insufficient, with some interns forced to live in distant and safe areas, making them vulnerable to crime. They say the president's proposal will only make it worse.
It should be considered his attitude of his opinion about medical interns. I also think that somehow many people, maybe
that's the leader of the unemployed 550 intern doctors.
refuse to understand the meaning of medical internship. If I don't have an intern in a ward, I don't know how I can work. Interns are so important. They are the ones who start the process of taking care of patients. And I think we should not go to a situation where we are saying we don't need interns. Services will collapse. I think we need interns. As to who should pay for them, that's a different question.
The experts say the problem is not in the number of interns, given the current doctor-to-patient ratio, and want government to improve its tracking and planning for medical interns to ensure better resource allocation.
How many people are going to be trained? How many are coming out of training? How many are getting employed? How many are retiring from their posts? What vacancies are being created? And what are the skill needs?
They add that the government lacks the political will to allocate enough funds to the health sector and has misplaced priorities.
Last year we spent over 180 billion on government officials who are flying in Kenya, in the US, in Germany, to seek healthcare. Those people should come and be visited by interns who are hungry. Interns who need to eat, interns who are scared of the landlord. They should come and visit and they will die.
Because of this disappointment, now a number of health workers in our social media platforms are contemplating that maybe the government does not see value in professionals anymore. Maybe the government does not see value in doctors and other health workers anymore. And they are thinking that we even need to maybe lay down tools, all of us, and go for a nationwide strike, and maybe this is when we shall get a platform.
Stakeholders are warning that if the president's proposal is implemented, it could negatively impact the attitude and ethics of medical personnel. Robert Atkunda, NTV, Tonight.
Thank you very much. Please don't play another one. So, now, that one clip clearly tells us status quo in terms of payment and welfare of a medical intern. Realize a group was able to go and either confuse, if I must use that word, lie to the president how interns are students. So, the president here, yes, he's here. We have tried to write to seek even a meeting to ensure that these lies are debunked. But the progress has been very slow. So, as elders in your community, it's important that you are citizens of High Kariba. Some of you even call the president on call and you discuss, talk about childhood days, those things. This is where we request you humbly to come in and use your cloud to ensure that this is reversed. 2, when the interns and the senior house officers raise their issues, some of you, our elders, you are the ones who step on our neck. We request you that that also stops. We request you that that also stops. As you are coercing and causing trouble, you are going to find us in the hospital to work on you when you have the emergencies, your relatives. So please, be as good as the people have mentioned, and very many other people. Dr. Katumba, I saw him here, the council chair. I mean, I can list all your names. So please, I just used the few names as a template. Okay? So please, seniors, it is unethical, it is anti-hippo, and all for you to cause havoc and frustrate, step on the neck of your juniors. We are the future. So please, join us. Because recently, as UMA, a few, I think last year, we were trying to put government on pressure, so that they pay senior house officers well, interns well. It is you who were harassing the SHOs. You gave them even retakes. Yes, retakes for simply saying, no, we are not going to work, we want government to listen to us. It is allowed for any service provider to bargain. So please kindly help us on that and talk to those seniors, you know them, who harass interns and young people. We are not saying the younger people are perfect. They also have some loopholes, and definitely we have to apply some mechanism to ensure that we don't also allow them to go out with their loopholes. But we need to forge a bridge of working together such that we, the young ones, trust our elders and the elders can trust us. Because that's the best level where we should operate from. So this one, I'm not going to go through it. The suggestions here were made in between 2011 and 2016. That one, because previously, interns used to get a probation appointment, which is no longer happening. At some point, interns were sent to sites to work for a full year without even a small paper showing that terms of reference. On the list, you just know I'm going to Zambia. You go to Zambia, I've come here. It is 2019 when we said no, we refused to go to the site. Then the ministry designed again an appointment letter under the advocacy with the form. So we increased pay, free accommodation, industrial action 2017, they promised. It came out with good results. The consultants are earning 13 million gross. The medical officers were earning around 1.9, 1.8. Now they are enjoying around 5.4. The senior medical officers 5.8. But the intern was forgotten. And later we pushed on in 2021, that's when we got the 2.5. But it's now going away. We are requesting you with all your energy, experience, network, you have a right, you have a responsibility to fight for these younger people. Your children are going to do medicine. Your Bazukuru are going to do medicine. They will also find these harsh conditions if you don't fight them now when you still have that right. Please move the slides. Move the slide. So, Minister of Health, unfortunately they are not here. I want to talk to them when they are here. The minister told us it was money, and told Parliament it was money, told the cabinet it was money. When the money was being availed, she changed the reason and said that there are no specialists to supervise interns. This she told us face in a meeting. I think in that meeting the Professor Maso was there and the president was there. So at least I have witnesses. So our own cannot keep shifting goalposts. Yet there are hospitals we know, they needed more intern doctors, they didn't get them. There are hospitals which didn't even get any. So that shifting of goalposts. Then no supervisors, its question is, do we have enough senior medical officers, enough specialists that government can deploy to do this work? Because we have unemployed specialists. Government should deploy them because there is need. They are saying that there is no money. The budget of 11 million people for healthcare cannot be the same for 44 million people. The population has increased, the tax base has also increased. So that is a null and void explanation in terms of economics. Quality of trainees, this is what the minister was using to deny 550 intern doctors placement. The question I had for her, do we have any scientific study that you have done and you have concluded that these 55 are the ones without enough skills? We are scientists. Why are you saying that these people don't have skills? Moreover, majority of them are from the best university in Eastern Central of Africa, Makerere University. The councils here didn't say that Makerere produced quarter-baked. The council didn't say Makerere produced half-baked. You get it? So there are other reasons that we have not understood. So the quality of trainees, yes, there might be quality issues, but who is causing them? We, the seniors, when we sleep, we allow them to flourish. Because we are the regulators. And they are intern doctors and junior doctors heading the regulatory authorities. Do we have any of them? Junior doctors, I'm talking about interns, are they the lecturers in the universities? It is you who are the lecturers in these universities. So it is you who don't come to teach us, then after you accuse us of not learning. No, you cannot refuse to teach us. It is you who keep quiet when the institutions are breaking the regulatory rules, policies. He has been telling us here, the niche people, you keep quiet because of your pain. You refuse to say the truth to the university authorities. They preach everything. They admit people who don't qualify. Then after you come and you are beating us, stepping on our neck for crimes you committed, you, our elders. Kindly, I plead with you. Talk to your friends, talk to yourselves, talk to us also, and you ensure that these crimes, because when someone is half-baked, the person who has caused that person to be half-baked is a criminal. Because that person may kill people, may cause damage to people. Admission criteria, this has been a song. If we think the interns are too many, let us have interministerial collaboration, intergovernment institutional collaboration. Let us create a policy where we have a pool of those eligible for admission, basing on the statistics for finances, statistics for hospital spaces available for deployment, such that we can track how many have we admitted, how many have progressed to second year, third year, fourth year. People have been talking about an exam. As Secretary General, my position on the exam is that the exam should be a national one. People should leave university when it is finished. When you want to examine me after university, I had a sponsor somewhere who was paying my bills. They will not understand that. So who is going to pay for the fees for the exam? So if there should be an exam, all these universities, whether Soroti, Makerere, the biggest, Mbarara, where I come from, we should be subject to the fifth year national exam. In fact, it should not be one. There should be two. Post-biomedical national exam and post-clinical national exam, but at a university level. That is, I think, better than creating a pool of quacks. You see, when someone doesn't go for internship, a professor is here, but I've said the truth. I even know my friends who are there, 550. They are in clinics looking for what to eat and drink. So when you see, I think we are benchmarking from pharmacists, but that exam over there is not really the right one, because those pharmacists are in pharmacies prescribing after failing to pass the PSG exam. They are there prescribing, even becoming clinicians. You get it? So that's the examination. For now, be contained in the university. National is okay. As long as when someone puts on coffee, like you see some of us from the village, you have to give us that benefit of the doubt. When I put on the coffee, my mother was sure. She has money, she has everything. She started calling me, even now, post-when her. Now this is not present. So that is not, it's not only my mother. So please don't tell us to, please move, Danny. So the question is, what are the solutions? As seniors, as our fathers, our mothers, because anyway, the oath puts us in that category. As your juniors, you are our parents. How do we get this solved? How do we get this solved? That's the question that I'm putting here. What's the way forward? What's the hidden goal behind the recurrent intern doctors, strikes, flight? Isn't it a threat to our profession? Doesn't it degrade us? Doesn't it lower our public status as doctors? Our bargaining power before society and the public? Don't we have a blessing in the increase of the number of schools, the number of entrants, the number of graduates, increase in the number of hospitals? Don't we have any positives in that? Are we seeing only negatives? Some of you are not employed and some of us may be. And those schools can employ us, but they should be following the right tracks. So some of the proposed solutions are, one, we need to lobby political will. These things are decided by politicians, not technocrats. So we need to lobby the politicians from cabinet, parliament, and anywhere else. Elders join the front line deliberately to fight. At the hospital level, please support the interns and the SHOs. Planning and tracking numbers from intake to graduation. So they don't say, we didn't know the number of interns at the start. Uganda Medical Society bill, that gives us legal mandate to make a lot of pronouncements. But currently, even if we make our recommendations, they leave them on table. We asked the minister to support us. She said she would never support us. We should never get the bill. And the other information, even in the union, is on the same. So let us, now, this is the last one, Mr. President, my apologies. This is the last one. Those of you who have ability to muscle out politics, and you have a heart for the profession, please go to parliament and make sure that we fight from the table. Those of us who have already made up our mind, we request for your support. We are going to run van drives in Dweck Center. So the references here are there. For God and my country, service with honor. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Miguel. I told you 15 minutes, you spent 25. The issues are many, but we need to hear from the other regulator. The regulator of our practice, Uganda Medical and Dental Practitioners Council, created by an act of parliament, unlike Uganda Medical Association, by the doctors of all the other professional groups leading. We are the only group in Uganda whose association is not created by an act of parliament. If it were, it would have handled some of these issues. But our regulator is here. Please join me to welcome Professor Joel Okulo, who has taught many of us physiology over the years, renal physiology, occasionally acting for neurophysiology, but mostly the electrolytes and how the kidney handles it. And for the past several years, has overseen our regulation. He has fought many wars in this, including some of the recent ones which were overturned by court, unfortunately. Professor Okulo, you're welcome.
My presentation, please. Good evening, everybody. I hope you're still awake. Pardon? You're trying. I'm also trying. So let's try together. A lot has been said, and that's good for me. First of all, I would like to thank the Almighty God for making it possible for us to be here this evening. I, for one, would like to thank him because in February I will be 76 years old. Still going strong, like John Walker. I'd like to thank you, friends, who have put aside your time to come and be with us and discuss issues that concern our profession. You know, our profession is going through a very tough time in this country. When you hear about what doctors were like in the times when we were starting to practice and now, you just feel like shedding tears. I mean, when you hear about how some of us who are living in the university hall as medical students, how we were treated, how you have a 3-course meal, how you have a room to yourself, and so on and so forth. And now some of the interns are sleeping in Katanga Valley. It's indeed very sad. When you hear them talking about what salaries and allowances is given to judges, and you compare that with what is being given to doctors now as compared with what it was in the past, it's a cause for concern. We used to be respected. That respect is going down. And I think it's up to us to push it up. Nobody else is going to do it for us. I just want to thank my colleagues whom I've come with from the council. Are they here? Ivan, are you there? Ivan, if you are not there, I'm going to fire you. Dr. Katomba, are you here? Member of my council, Jackson, where are you? Now there's another one. Anyway, I would like to thank all, past member of my council, Apollo, who did a good job while I was still there. A lot have been said, and as I said, it makes my life easy. I was really wondering whether I should make my presentation or just adding to what has been said. I'd like to thank Professor Kwako about what she has said from the bottom of her heart. That really tells you the challenges that we are having. Now when I hear what Geoffrey has just said, the challenges that they are having, it's the same one that we are having at the council. In fact, it makes us look like truthless bulldogs. And that is indeed a pity. One of the problems that this country is suffering from is impunity. We know what we're supposed to do, but we don't do it. You see a whole ministerial vehicle driving on the wrong side of the road. Even when there are no people, you wonder what is going on. So the malaise that we are seeing in our profession is a reflection of what is going on in the country. And I think we better speak up and speak as boldly about it. Because if we continue to remain silent, like somebody said, the medical profession is going to die. Or if it hasn't died, you are going to have a group of people coming into the field of medicine who should not be there. Interns, I've heard you. I feel sorry for you. When I see you being pushed around, but also I don't like the idea of you going kneeling down in front of others so that you can get what you want. I think that's not the way to go. Because when you start, as you said, the Medical Council has been around for many years, and we are here by Act of Parliament, and we have got very clearly defined roles and responsibilities. But we have got plenty of challenges. And Onyaita said it all, and what I'm going to do, I'll just give you examples of what some of those things that he has said that affects your profession. Yes, we have powers given to us by the Act. Now, you try to utilize that power and you see what counter powers come on you. Sometimes I feel sorry for the police when I see them harassing somebody who is going to run to the following day to get treatment from. And I say, what has happened? How can we change that kind of behavior. And it's not I'm talking a little bit of politics, but that's the way it is. I think it's not good. And our profession must wake up and reclaim its rightful position in society, because we are losing it. You know, when we talk about power, we have to have that power. I'd like to thank the Vice Chancellor of Soroti, because when we came to Soroti and looked at the setup, we said, no, this can't go on. And I told him, we are closing Soroti University if you don't do ABCD. He said, what is that you want us to do? And I'm saying, go and tell whoever gives you money that Soroti University is not going to admit any more new students the following year. He asked me, do you really mean it? I said, yes. Because we have done it before, we'll do it again. I'm glad that he listened, went and cried, and we came back and we saw what Soroti University Medical School is like. We work very closely with a number of partners. In the East African region, by the way, because of the protocol that was put together by the presidents of this country, allowing for free movements of goods and services, we in the medical field, especially as regulators, we have taken that seriously and said if we are going to have free movements of doctors from one country to another, they must be able to meet certain basic minimum standards. And so we came up with checklists which looks at 7 standards running from governance to student affairs, curriculum, staffing, infrastructure, financial stability, library, and so on. So we used that, we developed that checklist. Now, I was reading in one of the forums, somebody was saying, in the Uganda Medical Network Council doesn't have any document that they use for assessing medical schools and facilities. And I said, well, yeah. So I realized that actually the problem with us, that we are not communicating some of those things to the people that we should be communicating to. I'm sorry about that. We have promised that we are going to wake up and keep alerting you of what we are doing. So we have got this group, what we call the East African Community Joint Inspection Team, that goes around East Africa. We have visited 38 medical schools and I think Katumba, how many dental schools? Is Katumba here? 3 dental schools. And when we go and we find that you don't meet any minimum standards, we recommend for your closure. We have done that in a number of universities here in Uganda, and I'm glad that has been positive response when we do that. On Saturday, I'm going to Dar es Salaam, where we are going to inspect 4 medical schools that we have recommended for closure, and we are going to see how they are improved. 2 months ago, we were in Kenya, rebirthing one of the medical schools which had died. And so there's a lot of activity that is going on as regulators. We don't only have this at the East African level, we have it at the African level as well. We have got what we call the Association of Medical Councils of Africa, which meets every year to discuss and share best practices. The next meeting is going to be here in Uganda in July. And incidentally, I'm currently the president of the Association of Medical Councils of Africa. Our association doesn't just stop there. We also have international association of regulators, we call it the AMA, which brings regulators from all over the world. And we do that once every 2 years. Next meeting is going to be in Dublin, where again we discuss issues of regulations. As I said, next is going to be in Dublin next year, and we will continue to discuss this. I'm bringing all those out to show that this is a very active front. Medical service, medical training is a regulated practice. And along with it goes a lot of challenges. It's complex because there are very many interested parties. You've got the students, you've got the parents, you've got the community, you've got the politicians, you've got, who else? You've got judges. You remember what the judges have done to us? You've got the judges, you've got international, because whatever you are doing here in Uganda, you are actually producing doctors, not for Uganda, but for international consumption. So I always tell the graduates when they come to get their practice, their registration, and I say, I am putting my signature here, which is giving you the authority to go out and practice medicine in any part of the world. But I also add it by saying, I am giving you this, just like Jesus Christ said to his disciples, he said, go out. And what? Heal the sick and preach the gospel. So I tell the graduates, go out, heal the sick, drive out demons, but also teach them how we work. I'd like to thank the various groups that we work with. We have other regulatory bodies which regulates the nurses and allied professionals and so on. We work closely with National Council for Higher Education. That is a very important partner to us. And I'm glad that they are represented here and they have said what they have to say in a very emphatic, clear, and honest manner. You know, when he tells you about what we experience in the field, I don't know how you are feeling when he told you some of the things. But there are medical schools, I know, there are universities that are running without license. I remember they were trying to close one university, I think it was called what, the Soma University or something. They failed. How? That's when I say when you are talking, you are behaving like toothless bulldogs. That's a typical example. So we have got challenges from within, we have got challenges from above, we have got challenges from outside, and we try our best to remain sane. I'd like to thank Dr. Katoba, who was our registrar. He did a lot to bring sense to regulation of medical training and medical practice. And some of the things that we go through is mind-boggling. Let me give you an example. We went to one of the universities and found that things were not good. So we politely but firmly told them that if you do not make any changes, we're going to close this university. When we are preparing to go to inspect, we got a letter saying, you're coming here, if you come here, that's where the sentence stopped. If you come here, anyway, I later talked to him, and he withdrew that letter, and he has gone ahead to make significant improvement in his facilities. And we are now, once again, in talking terms. But those are some of the things that you go through. You go to a facility, and they say, we don't know you. And I'm saying, how can you say you don't know us? Who's the one who gives you the authority to start practice? So we have the power, but that power can be powerless in the face of other bigger powers. And we are trying our best through negotiations, through diplomacy, through several areas of advocacy to try to sort those out. And we are succeeding. And I think that's a good thing. I'd like to thank the elders of UNA who found it necessary that we should actually have this body. You know, in the Bible, there is, I think, Hebrews 11, which gives you a list of those who walk in faith, and is encouraging us to follow those examples. I would like to thank you and me and say, yes, you have realized that there are others who have walked before you, and you want to follow their steps. Let me tell you, medical practice when we were young was at its best. Now, things are slightly different. And when using the word slightly very kindly, because I think the variation can be quite big. And those are the gaps that I think we should aim at closing. I'll just take a few examples, a few headings, and give you some of the experiences that we have. Of course, our motto, can you just move one slide? Hello, are you with me? Yes, this is our motto. Protecting the public and guiding the professionals. That summarizes a lot of things. Protecting the public. Protecting the public from what? It's protecting the public from some of us. Some of us who are unethical in their practices, some of us who are ill-baked, some of us who have got ill manners, some of us who have got wrong attitude, some of us who lack certain skills to practice, some of us who lack competence, and many other things. That is what summarizes it. Please, can you go forward? Just go back where I was. And guiding professionals. Yes, that's a very big responsibility that we have, guiding the professionals through their training, through their performance, through their little part of life. If you didn't know, the council has got a very important role. Somebody's going to talk about retirement. Looking at people and seeing, is Okudo at 76 still able to perform? We look at some of those. We've got some of our colleagues who are unwell physically or mentally or dependent on drugs and so on, and we take care of those kinds of people, guiding them to see where they can go. But what's the aim of regulation? Just give me that next slide. The purpose of regulation to serve the public interest and to protect the public. And we want to identify practitioners who are competent to provide safe care that responds to their health needs. The key word there to underline is safety. We had a conference that was organized by UMA again, just to talk about issues of safety. How can we ensure safety of our clients? And it begins with training. And indeed, can you move to the next slide? That is our act. And our act states number one of our responsibility is to monitor and exercise general supervision and control over and maintenance of professional, medical, and dental educational standards. I'll stop there then we'll talk about the others. In other words, it is saying our role is to set standards and to monitor the implementations of that standard. So that puts that really in the driving place, your seat. And I'm glad that we have been able to do this to a great extent with support from the National Council of Higher Education. I'm not saying that everything should be as it is, but we have made great attempts to work together to set standards and monitor its implementations. It is easier said than done. Issues of monitoring is going to require a lot of resources, both human resources, we're going to require money and other equipment to be able to do that. But with our limited resources, we are struggling to ensure that the standards that have been set in training is implemented so that the product that comes out is the kind of product that we want. Next slide. Now what I've just listed here is what it means by setting those standards and monitoring them. Next. Now, the thing about regulatory systems is that whatever system you're going to put in place, number one, it should be able to rapidly adapt to health emergencies by introducing regulatory flexibilities without compromising patient safety. That's a very loaded statement. We have got very many different styles of regulations, but what this slide is saying is that whatever it is, it should be such that you can be able to be flexible and apply it without compromising patient safety. It should promote patient safety, quality of care, accessibility, and competence of practitioners. That is what we try to do at the Council. Now, as I said, I'll just give you some of the things that touches us. Geoffrey talked about issues of accreditation. This is a key activity of the Council. How does a medical school start? And how does it continue to be in place? How is it accredited? You know what we found? There are especially the private medical schools. They started in somebody's home, and the kitchen becomes the department of microbiology or something. Sitting room becomes the lecture room. The garage which doesn't contain a car becomes the, you know, that kind of thing I'm talking about. That is the infrastructure that we find. Some of them are not made purposely for medical schools. So when we go to do accreditation, we have a checklist that we use, which was developed and is used consistently across the East African region. By the way, what we are doing in the East African region and in Uganda has set a standard for other medical schools within the region, and they are adopting this. And we think, for example, when we went to the University of Nairobi and we are looking at staffing, what we do is that because we have found a lot of dishonesty, like you were saying, people are hiding behind whatever. So we say we want to see every member of staff. So what we did there, we had a big hall where every member of staff for that day was called to come and account. So if you're the head of department of anatomy, we call you, you tell us what your qualification is and whether you actually meet the requirements to become a head of department, and then you introduce to us your members of staff. It was a success. In Uganda, we tried it with one of the universities, and we said head of department of, I think it was microbiology, no, biochemistry. He came and introduced himself, Reverend so and so. I said, Reverend, it's okay, because Dr. Okulu can also become a Reverend. But where did you do your biochemistry? There was nothing to show that he had done any biochemistry in the West. And here he was appointed as head of department, a lecturer. I think he was even a senior lecturer. I'm sorry to say that when we came to Soroti University, we found something similar. I wouldn't say which department, but when we pointed it out, it was quickly corrected. So as we go around We did quite a lot of challenges. The accreditation process that you talked about is what we do, working closely, looking at infrastructure, curriculum, staffing, library, student numbers, and so on and so forth. And when we do that, then we say this university can admit 50 students in year one. I'm telling you, as soon as we turn our back, the number rises to 80 to 100. I think I'm glad, where's the deed here? I'm glad I think we have maintained the number that we have given you. Is that so? All right. Because when these numbers are given, it is looked at, calculated to see what infrastructure you have and what the teaching staff you have, and importantly also, what are the training sites. One of the challenges of training sites is the teaching hospital. Soroti, forgive us, but that's what we found in Soroti. Where is, what is his name? The ophthalmologist, director of Soroti. What more?
Yes, he has gone for a meeting.
He has gone for a meeting. Yes, we visited him and we sat with him and talked with him and said, yes, I think there are challenges here. I'm glad that when we make some of those recommendations, people take it positively. And it results in positive steps being taken to improve those structures. We did that to Pusitema. Pusitema, are you here? Yes, we did that to Pusitema, and Pusitema responded. We did that to Kabale, Kabale responded. We did that to the the dental school in Makere. People, we used to think that there was a dental school in Makere. Until when we went there, we said, show us your rooms. Show us your, what do they call them, chairs. They had 2 chairs. And they were, I think they were sharing chairs with, I don't know what school that was. So we told them we are closing the dental school. What do they call it? The boss of Makere is called? No. Principal. The principal said, please don't close it. I said, if we don't close it, you're not going to get this. So we closed it. Now there is a dental school at Makere because of taking stern actions to make sure that things happen. Governance. Governance is a key aspect of the medical school. And we have had challenges through and through. Sometimes I feel like mentioning some of the areas where we found problems with governance. Makere, are you here? You are there. You know what was going on in Makere. Going to court, so and so has done this, court ordering that there should be a date here, there should be this and so on. Surely, the Bible again says, when there is any disagreement, please sort it out before you go to the judge. Because when you don't and you go there, he's going to make a pronouncement which you must adhere to. That's what happened. There are institutions where headship is a challenge. Governance is a challenge. Management is a challenge. Leadership is a big area of concern in many of the medical schools that we have. There are deans. Are there deans here? Okay? There's one. What is the qualification of a dean? I don't think there's anybody who follows the qualification of a dean. You just get either elected because you are a popular speaker, and when you get in there, you are at a loss. But earlier on, and Professor Massa will attest to this, deans were given training so that they know what they're supposed to do. Right now, it's something that we want to put in place to retrain deans so that you know what is expected of you. I remember when I became associate dean of the Makere Medical School. I didn't last there very long because it was difficult. And students started coming to say, our toilet is not working. And I said, you mean I trained to be a doctor, and now what I'm going to hear is how to unblock a toilet? So I had to change my attitude to understand what my responsibility is. If you come to become a dean, and you know that you're a surgeon and so on, you're not going to listen, and when you're a physician, you're not going to listen to some of those things, the institution will go down. So there is need to make people understand that governance and management of an institution is important. So when we go to inspect, those are some of the things that we look at. The other area that we have found that is giving a lot of concern is staffing. In almost all universities, whether here in Uganda or Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, DR Congo, which is now East Africa, the issue of staffing is a big one. And I heard the dean here calling upon us, how can we support them? Being adjunct staff or being honorary lecturers. Please, I think let's respond to that request, because at the age of 60, when many of us are retired, that is actually when you are at your best. And I think we should be able to give some of our time, we elders, when that request is made. However, we went to one of the universities and we found a number of 80-year-olds filling up the place. And we said, is there any plan for staff development to replace you? There were none. And we said there must be a system of staff development. Professor Puto talked about staff development and the need to have it. When you ask for some documents, they'll show you beautiful document, policy on staff development, but it's never put into practice. Talk about staff retention, promotion and so on. We went to one of the universities. Do you know their salaries? The guy who's in charge takes it from his pocket and gives it. I said, now, what sort of medical school is this? He picks it like this and gives it to you with a closed hand. And the unfortunate thing is that we accept it. The guy gives you that money that way, you accept it, and then you also walk away with it, and then you go and count. So I think some of the problems is actually our own. And if we do not change our attitude as to how we are going to promote our medical schools, we are going to continue to have situations like that. Staff development, recruitment, retention. I think Professor Puto said this, and I think Nyag said it too. The fact that you have got an MBCH, MSc, PhD, and so on, MA, does not make you a teacher, does not make you a trainer. You need to be taught how to teach. Some of us were never taught, but I think we had certain genes that enabled us to teach. That is why the photos and so on say, hey, that was my teacher, that was my teacher. That was from the genes, my friend. But we can't continue to depend on the genes. That's why we are saying there must be medical education department in each of the universities. I'm glad to hear that is one in Busitema. It's something that we want to develop. Dr. Katuma and I went to Pakistan, Lahore University, and we saw the setup of the medical education department and the things that they do, taking care of training of staff, setting of exams, marking of exams, releasing exams, and so on and so forth. And I think that's something that we need to do in our medical schools. Staffing. One of the biggest deficits in staffing, some people call it faculty, is pre-clinical subjects. There is a big, big problem throughout the country. And if you ask how many physiologists are there, anatomists are there, and so on, so the number is small. And so we are going to find a way how we can train our own. In 2018, the president sent us to Cuba to go and recruit doctors, because I think these fellows had gone on strike, who were threatening to go on strike. Was it you? Were you in that group? They were threatening to go on strike. So we went, and they were received very well, put in a very good hotel and so on. And then they told us, what do you want? We said, we want doctors of this category. Now, when we looked at what they have, but by the way, they've got a very good health system that takes care of their people, because they emphasize primary health care. So when we asked them for the doctors, they said, the only ones we have is this. We told them, no, that category we have, we want this. They said, no, go and train your own. Then we came back and told the president about this. And we said we must be able to train our own, especially postgraduates. In our days, in Professor Maswa's days, when you go across the dark country, I think it was for 2 years, you come back, you're automatically eligible for scholarship to do postgraduate training. Now, when we talk about scholarships, it's nowhere to be seen. And here we are talking about training, producing the doctors. Who is going to do it if you do not train the postgraduates, if you don't have consultants, if you don't have professors? So who is going to do it? So this is one recommendation that I think we must come out very strongly with, that is development of postgraduate training, so that we can produce the kind of people that we want. People are going abroad for medical treatment. We have our consultants here. Do we know them? Are we providing for them? Do they have the resources? Do you have the equipment to do that? Those are some of the challenges that we have in staffing. Curriculum. Professor Maswell talked about what was it? BSc in obstetrics and gynecology, BSc in amputation, BSc, you know, some of these guys just dream and stuff. I don't know, National Council of Education, some of those things come to you, but they don't come to us. And I think it's high time we said, this nonsense must stop. And if we don't, who is going to do it? We have had clashes where we have got clinical officers who have done radiology, and they're clashing heads with radiologists. We've got people who have done orthopedic, what do they call it? Orthopedic assistants, or people who have done prosthesis, and they're clashing with orthopedic surgeons. Those are things that must be ironed out before those courses put out for training. And that is going to call for a closer working relationship between us, National Council of Education, and the professional bodies. Sometimes the professional bodies, by the way, are not consulted. And what we are deliberately now doing at the Medical Council is to constantly consult the professional associations and the professional bodies. I think UMA can attest to that, because we have worked very closely with them in that area. Curriculum, as he says, is a cut and paste. A lot of the curriculum that we have, if you ask the dean, do you understand this curriculum? It's good really to understand what the curriculum is saying, because he never developed it. And when he came in, he was never told how that curriculum is implemented. So there's a lot of cut and paste, to the extent that one time we found that the name of one medical school was contained in the curriculum from another school. Just to illustrate that it was really a cut and paste. And the thing with the curriculum is its implementation. And again, this is one of the areas that we are finding a lot of problems in. For example, you're going to have curriculum for one medical school to say, we are going to give you so many hours, this is what we are going to teach and so on, and then we are going to set exam. They teach a half of it, then they set exams on that half which has been taught, and they give very good grades. Now, when it comes to practice, the guy has got, it's difficult. It's difficult. And that's why we are talking about a common exam. A common exam was not necessary at the time when there was only Makerere. But now, we've got these 14 medical schools with different staffing levels, different infrastructures, different attitudes, and so on. What Okakor said, this monetization of medical training has done us a lot of disservice, because a number of institutions look at the money side of it rather than the product side of it. And we are beginning to say, really with this shortage of staff, with this shortage of infrastructure, I know we need doctors, but we need doctors at any cost. I think one time we were toying with the idea that there should be a moratorium in accrediting medical schools to train staff until the ones that we have got has been able to rise up to a certain level. I know when you say that, you're going to be stepping on a number of toes, but surely, friends, if we want to get the kind of doctor that we want, I think that might be a painful step that we may need to take. Internship. Let us be a big thorn. Because internship is part of medical training. But sometimes it is totally misunderstood, totally mismanaged, and we have got what we got. We have what we asked for. I think when these guys are going on the streets, I think we should be able to sympathize with them. Imagine you yourself are in the streets. You spend time, minimum 5 years, sometimes 6, sometimes 7, depending on what has happened. And here you finish and then you have nowhere to go. I really feel sorry for you guys, but I think a solution must be found. The number of internship sites are few. Now, Mr. President, you were the one telling us about recognition of these medical special grade, being given a title. Yes, consultants. Now, those are the guys that we want to see posted to internship training sites so that we have more internship training sites. These 1,000 who are loitering around, it is because there are no internship training sites to be able to accommodate them. And I'm hoping that with that reclassification, that area will be looked into. And the problem with internship training is again numbers. National Council for Education and UMDPC, we have been trying to fight those numbers. And sometimes we feel like we are defeated. Because some of those numbers come because people have not followed the recommendations that we have made. As it says, some are meeting 4 times, some are meeting throughout the year, and so on and so forth. And the numbers, you cannot predict what numbers you have. And therefore, placing them in internship training sites is not possible. Yes, I think the problem there is planning, and planning between the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, and the regulatory bodies. I know we have got what we call the Administrative Committee. that brings together the professional body regulators as well as Ministry of Health and Ministry of Education. And we meet quite regularly, but sometimes what we do and what we recommend stops at the level of a meeting. When these people cry, that sometimes we don't teach them. That sometimes we are not in the word when we should be in there. They are saying the correct thing. Because some of us abandon our responsibility. Somebody is going to talk tomorrow about dual practice, because I think that is a major problem in deployment of doctors. How can we manage dual practice? That was brought before us because one consultant operated in one hospital, went to another one, left the intern to close, went to another one, and so on. Because he is operating in multiple horizons. And is that something that we want to see in our country, especially when it affects training? So my appeal to you, fellow elders, let us hold the hands of these young people and walk with them. Give them whatever time you have available so that they can be like you, who can take over from you. Because as they say, we are the consultants of the future. I talked about postgraduate training. It's a big challenge. I'm glad that professional associations are coming up and undertaking collegiate training. We have approved a number of them, and it's operating now, not only in this country, but in the East African region as well. So I just walked through some of those so that I can add meat onto what my predecessors have said about challenges that we are having. And if you hear them, you can see that we are truly having challenges. But I think, I don't know which secondary school said never give up. Which one is that? Where is that? Gayaza. Is there a Budonian here? What is the motto? Meaning? In sorry to die, there's still so much. I was a Budonian, by the way, in Canada House in 1962. So, we have moved. And I would like to thank one of our stars and mentors, Professor Maso. He has really done a lot in various areas of health, whether it's regulation, whether it is this, whether promotion, and so on. I think he has done a fantastic job for this country. And we wish him many, many more years. And he has decided to bring that to Soroti University. Soroti, you are lucky that you have him. We have moved around with him in many places. I think the next station that we are going to visit is the president. We try to tell him about the state of medical education in this country. I believe through the work that Amanya Meshek is doing, we shall be able to do that. We have interacted with parliament, parliamentary committees, We have interacted with other elders, and I think we are making a movement. Mpola, we shall get there. But it's a tough thing to do because it's complex. There are many interested parties, and there are many conflicting interests. And we have got to wade through that to make our way. Sometimes as you wade through the bush, you get scratched. And there are some plants that even when you just start planting, it gives you a lot of itching. We have itched, we have stepped on thorns, but we said we are not going to give up. So let me just release some of the recommendations that we have. Can I go to the... Do we need reforms? Yes. We do. I think from what we have said and from what Geoffrey has said and what the medical UMA has said, definitely we need reforms in professional education. Next. All right, this is the situation as it is. Many schools, numbers of our students are admitted exceed their capacity. The quality of those who are admitted. You were saying something about quality of students. Yes, indeed. We've got a problem with quality of students that we are admitting. Some of them with O's in biology, O in chemistry, and so on. And they think that they can make their way through. They say, no. Exam is not a fair assessment of us. You admit us and you will see. Very difficult for situations. So I think you borrowed it from me. We are saying that all students who are going to be admitted to medical school, whether you are going to be admitted to a private institution or to a government institution, you are going to be admitted from a pool that has been designed. In other words, you say, these ones meet the minimum qualification to be admitted for medicine. So that's your students from there. And then we have said, having admitted them, send us a list as the medical council so that we index them. We know them and then we can be able to follow them from year 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and know what is happening to them. We think that should be done because there are some institutions here, somebody just walks in and joins at year 3 and continues. And that is some of the things that, come on, you are there. Yes. Those are some of the things that we are seeing. People have joined at certain final levels and so on and tried to become doctors. Through working together with him, we have been able to identify 2. I think there are many, of course there are many more. There are 2 now in jail, waiting trial. One said he was from university in Kenya, and when I looked at his degree certificate, he said, Bachelor in Medicine and Surgery. I said that is not the nomenclature of a university degree in medicine. And that triggered off investigations and we found that he was never in any medical school. The annoying thing is that this guy managed to get to an internship training site. And he was passed. He was passed. So when I say some consultants are not there to follow up their students and they just sign, it is true. And when we're talking about consultants, I'm talking about fellow elders. He was able to pass. Another one forged documents left and right. He entered in the Ministry of Health, was posted. He forged his way through. He got a scholarship to go for postgraduate training in Zambia. While I was in Zambia, I went and saw the dean. I said, do you have somebody like this? He said, yes. He passed through us, but he had to struggle. There's certain things that if you struggle rightly, you may be able to make it. So this guy managed to go through the system. And some of the systems are porous because we are not awake. If we are awake, we will be able to detect some. I mean, it doesn't take you long to decide to look at somebody, hear him talk, and you say, this is not a doctor. It's very easy. But are we there? Are we paying attention to see that this person doesn't meet this? We have a system where doctors who have trained for master, they come and want to enter medical practice. And we say, you should do an exam. That has raised a lot of problems. Because some of those guys who go abroad for training, they go abroad because they cannot be admitted in universities here. And then there are scholarships, and some of those who have got know their way around to get the scholarships and go. Dr. Katoma, are you there? Dr. Katoma will give you an example of a doctor that you gave him an abdomen, a pregnant abdomen to examine. Instead of saying, this liver, this liver, this liver. And then he started examining, progressing, and we had to stop him. Then we asked him, have you ever examined a pregnant mother? And his confession was, I have never examined a living person. In other words, the system of training does not allow them to interact with people. So when they come here and they do that, what are you doing to our people and so you are denying us development because you are not recruiting this. I say, you people, you don't know what we are talking about. Leave matters of the general to the generals. Let us do our work. So there are lots and lots of challenges, and we really need your support to try to go over this. So quality of those who are admitted to the medical schools is a big challenge. Okay? Quality of teaching staff. You can go by those papers. And I believe some of them, those papers could even be false. And they are all over the place here. How are we doing with them? And again, as I said, the quality of teachers, the fact that you have got an LBCH doesn't necessarily make you a good teacher. But one thing that we are trying to encourage, especially in the pre-clinical subjects, is that we want to encourage the MBCHB holders to be the teachers in those pre-clinical subjects. I think that's what made me a good physiologist teaching. Because you teach and tell them this is what you are going to expect when you go to the world. Starting right from there. We have talked about integrations, it's not easy, but if you have got members of staff who know what to teach so that you can be able to apply it in the words, it makes a lot of sense. Dr. Kuta was telling me about body fluids. That's what I was the example you want. Body fluids. Yes, if you have been to the ward and you know what a fluid chart looks like, you know what a urinary output looks like, you know what it means when you put a drain, NG-tube drain, what you are going to drain out. It makes it more sense when you are telling this fellow. When you tell him that the fellow is there, 9% normal saline. Why 9%? Why not 10%? They didn't make sense. So we are trying to encourage that preclinical training should actually be done by those who have done MBCHB before. Makes the teaching more interesting and the person takes interest in doing it. We have tried, I think in Makere we were trying to say, students when they come in year 1, they should actually be introduced to the words. I do not know whether that is happening. Is it still happening? Yes. What we call clinical exposure? Yes. You do it? Yeah. Please continue. Because I know in many institutions, that is not happening. Pardon? You gave the other man 25. And 4 times him, so... Okay, where are we? Can we go now to the recommendations? Go on. Now, the result of all that, I've got problems. Now, this is an important thing. I think this is what Dr. Poto was talking about. The doctor that we want. We haven't really sat as a nation to define the doctor that we want. But, through the East African Community Group, we have sat down and worked with WHO and other bodies to spell out the doctor that we want. So that when we train them, when we admit them, as he says, we know how to put them through the process so that we get the doctor that we want. And there are many qualities of a doctor that we want. In fact, we listed about 72 qualities of a doctor. But when we brought that down, it comes to about 10 qualities of the kind of doctor that we want. And key competencies, therefore, can be spelled out. The knowledge, skill set, and the attitude are clearly spelled out. Issues of soft skills. And bullet number 4 is what we found is lacking in many of the curriculum and many of the people that come out of the universities. Issues of leadership. Leadership is a big challenge and something that we need to do something about it. And I said, as when we get the deans as leaders, when we get ministers as leaders, when we get directors as leaders and so on, we need to start that early in our training. Next. So the key areas where we need to pay our attention is governance, staff recruitment, curriculum development, training methods, student assessment, facilities and resources for training, and teaching hospitals. That last bullet, teaching hospitals, is something that sometimes we take very lightly, and yet 2/3 of the time of a doctor's training is actually in the teaching hospitals. Some universities have built their own teaching hospitals. Of course, there are difficulties, challenges in running those teaching hospitals. I remember there's one that was built in Nairobi. Government had to take it over. So, Soroti, as you think of building your own medical school, teaching hospital, realize the challenges that it imposes. Makerere, I understand you've got land. I think you're already starting to build one. This has got a big challenge in it. But we need it. And we need to have working documents. For those who don't have them, MOUs that work. Soroti, do you have an MOU with Soroti? You do. Is it working? See, pardon? It is working. All right, I won't ask how it is working. But it's a challenge that we find everywhere. So what are the recommendations? I'm not summing up, please. The recommendation, just go back. I think that's the important slide. Dr. Kocho and I and Obaswa know this slide very well about quality. Because when we are talking about all these things that we are talking about, is to be able to talking about all these things that we are talking about, is to be able to produce quality. And that whatever we do should be quality driven. And that is our definition of quality. Knowing the right things, doing the right things, doing it right away, and consistently. The last bullet is important because we find situations where there are times we find somebody does something fantastic. The next time we don't understand what has happened. There's no consistency in what we are doing. So whatever we are going to do, and whatever message we want to pass on to our graduates, is the issue of quality. I know this is an area which is not taught in many medical schools. We have looked at the curriculum and we are saying this is an area that must be taken into account. Quality of care. I did run an institution called Regional Center for Quality of Healthcare And we were able to impact a number of people in the area of quality. We have developed quality documents for private practice, for institutions, and so on. We are talking about quality. So this is an area that we must talk about and we must teach. So I just run through the recommendations. They have already been mentioned. Establishing a multi-stakeholder steering committee. We have done that, but it is working, but its output is not being implemented. Establish or strengthen medical education departments. Again, I think I've mentioned that. So we are looking at issues of curriculum review, student assessment, and evaluation of the faculty. And then develop and implement executive programs to build leadership capacity of the deans of the medical schools. Next. Review current status of accreditation of medical schools. This is something that we are going to do together with National Council of Higher Education, so that some of those gaps, some of those areas where our mandate clash can be clearly identified, so that when we accredit an institution, somebody is not going to say I was not part of it. Look critically and justify the need for establishing new medical schools. Do we need new medical schools? If we do, how many? And if we do, where is it going to be located? You know, I was chairman of chairman of a university council, and when I went in, I said, the first question I asked, how are the people around you benefiting from the location of this university? In Soroti, how are the Iteso benefiting from location of this medical school here? Because when I looked at the admission for those who are going to medicine, you know, in my country, the ladies' names start with A. Okay? So I looked at the A and my name is. Then I said, and we have the men's, their names start with O. I looked at the O's, there were no O's. I saw M, I saw N, I saw S, and I said, now what is the real university benefiting from having this university? Cleaners? Cooks? And security men? No. I think there must be something that we must do about a location of new medical schools. All right, I have what we review the entry requirements in medical school, aggressively promote primary health care, and review training methodologies. Competency-based, so that is a B. PBL, self-directed hand. Is there another one? Establish independent national accrediting bodies, that is a challenge to us, and identify and develop strategic partnerships. I do not know what partnerships that Soroti University has, but this is something that is really important if the university is going to grow, not only in the area of service provision, but also in the areas of training and research. And embrace IT and new technologies, not forgetting artificial intelligence. That one has come, and it has come to stay. There are the good sides of it, there are the bad sides of it, there are the ugly sides of it. I asked AI to tell me about my mother. And so I said, please can you tell me more about my mother? And gave him a name. He told me that my mother was a terrorist. Yeah. That's very So the area that drives all this is funding. I think one of the advocacies that we must make is funding for medical education. I know this is a big area of concern, and I would like to thank Professor Maswa again, who has made several attempts to bring this to the attention of members of the parliament, to the ministers, as well as to the president. We need this funding. If it's not coming from government, do we have any funding strategies that we have for raising funds so that we can support medical education? Finally, thank you. May God bless you. As an elder, you give us a little bit more time because we are slow.
Thank you very much, Professor. Please join me and we give a hand to one of Professor Kuno's sense. Ladies and gentlemen, holding a microphone gives one some privileges which many people do not have. And since I am now holding the microphone, it gives me unique privileges with which I can make some decisions. We have had quite a day. We started a bit late, but I believe we have really enjoyed ourselves during the course of this day. Somebody will come and make announcements after me, but I would like you to all join me to thank the panel of three. Dr. Nyai, Dr. Mirembe, and Professor Okulo for taking us through one of the other issues. In the morning, we did the most important thing to introduce ourselves so that we could connect. Then Professor Okulo took us through the ideals of what our expectations are. But these three brought us down to reality of what is happening in the situation. We were next supposed to go into a discussion, a panel discussion, but I said because I have this privilege of holding this, that discussion is not going to take place now. I know we are exhausted, and we really need to go to the next phase, which is interaction, stretching, and hopefully the organizers have something to help us with that. Tomorrow, in the morning, after session 1, there was a planned panel discussion. And some of the issues which will be discussed before that actually join in nicely with the things which are being discussed today. So we will have the joint discussion tomorrow. And some talks tomorrow are actually not going to take place, so we'll actually have time to engage in that. Number 2, given that I have again the privilege of the microphone, I wanted to make an announcement. The Makerere University Medical School started in 2024, and so that academic year ran to 2025. In other words, the medical school is in its 100th year. So we are celebrating the centenary of the medical school, which trained many of us, through which many of us went, and it's a big deal. 2 years ago, 2022-2023, Makerere actually celebrated 100 years of the university. But the medical school, the first institution actually was the Technical Institute, which eventually moved to Chiambogo. The medical school, which remained, therefore becomes the oldest of all the courses which have been run in that institution. So as a leadership of the college currently, we thought we can do a few things to think through this year. In October, we had a small gathering, and on which Professor Dabena, some of you know him, made a presentation and gave us a history of the medical school through the years. And Professor Poker is one of the younger professors, is actually in my cohort, who is the current associate dean in Aga Khan Medical School. And they're actually leaders of some of the things Professor Okulu has just raised. Simulation, AI, they are doing some futuristic things in that school, gave us the ideas of medical training in the coming years, what it may be like. And then with the Vice Chancellor, we were able to launch some of the activities which we hope, which we can do during the course of this year to mark this. We are thinking that the key event will be a large gathering. It is not yet fully concretized, but it will be a large gathering with a dinner where we invite all of you to participate and we celebrate these 100 years together. That the alumni, and today we had bits of it, the different groups can sit together and think, what can we do for this place which brought us up? And through it, that in your different cohorts, you can think about some ideas of what maybe, how can we take this place forward? What are some of the dreams, some of the things which can be implemented? We are thinking of documenting this down and putting a book, 100 years of the medical school. And there have been some proposals, some people have volunteered to write some chapters. The talk which Professor Dabella gave, he said he's going to put it in a chapter. We're very grateful. Professor Omaswa volunteered to write a chapter about the development of surgical training and discipline in the country. There are many of you who will be happy to receive Dr. Bangana here, psychiatry through the years, or whatever it is, developing it, how did this develop, where do we see ourselves in the future, different chapters, so that we have this book. And preferably, these proposals will come fairly fast, and we put it in that. As part of this, the initiative, maybe we're thinking about an exhibition and a fair, and we hope eventually over time to start open days at the medical school, so that our young people who are coming come and see. And during that time, we'll invite some of you to give talks and mentor young people. You heard from what Dr. Mirembe said, there's actually a big problem. These things which have been happening on TV has impacted the younger generation. Some people are starting, some children are starting to get worried. If that is what doctors go through, they do not want to be associated with this. It's really important for our we are thinking that we may have a panel discussion, maybe on TV, and a few other things, and some of those which will come from you. A few years ago, one of the cohorts went and did part of the library, and we are very grateful. So that section now has been the postgraduate section. Now the master's students sit in that nice place which you did. They refurbished it, built it, created desks which the master students sit. The medical school created a PhD lounge. Next week we're going to graduate students. We have 420, I think 27 undergraduates, 459 masters, so we have more master students, and 26 PhD students who are graduating on Tuesday. From the medical school. So the ranking of the university is doing, it did very well, but it started coming down a bit. And so with these PhD students, we are going to take it back, hopefully. But we need your input, and everybody, let's build this as one of the institutions of what we have in the country. Otherwise, thank you very much. It was a pleasure chairing this session. And the other second part of it, the panel discussion, is going to go on tomorrow. And I wish you the best of the evenings in Soroti as we enjoy it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Idro. I didn't see this session ending. I didn't want it to end. The points were just nailing and interestingly, my teachers, I went through all my teachers there and they were so attentive. Professor Kolo, it appears you were sending the message deep down there. I saw they were so keen, taking water calmly. And I think that shows how important these sessions have been. Thank you for chairing. Thank you so much for the attention. Again, I want to thank you for staying with us up to this time. The elders really love us and are showing us an example to follow. If I make a few announcements, I would like to invite Dr. Epwat to mention a few words in regards to tomorrow as well, and then I will mention the announcements. Thank you.
Thank you, Moses. Just 2 or 3 instances. A word of thank you to our session chairs, and you noted these are past presidents of the UMA, and they have done us very good. Dr. Buko and Associate Professor Idro. And tomorrow, I think we will start with Dr. Biso. I know you will not be the first president, but you are in the man though. Thank you. Then number 2, after here we shall each go to our places of residence, but there is tea. There will be no dinner. The dinner is for tomorrow. So please take tea. I think many of you have gone away. Take your tea to your field. That may be your dinner, but if you have dinner somewhere else, fine. That's it. Then clarifying tomorrow, we have got apologies from our acting Director of Health, Director General of Health Services, Dr. Charles Solaro. He was so keen, he was one of the first people to confirm that he will be here. But they have had problems, I think, in Fort Portal following the death of a certain musician and so on. There is a lot that they have to attend to, and he's going back there again. So his apologies that he will not be with us. And we could not relegate somebody to take up his position. So we have that 30 minutes. And then there is someone from the Uganda Health Federation also who's not coming. So we shall have just 2 presentations, one very brief one, and then the main one will be from our brother Warren Namara of HMU. So I think after those 2, then we shall combine and respond to all the sessions, including the wonderful session we've had today. And I also want to say, it's wonderful the way you've been so attentive and so interested. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Epwat. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank each and every one of you, our dear elders, for finishing to the very end. And at this juncture, I'd like to inform you that in those tents that you see pitched down there, that's where we're going to have our evening tea. It's a moment of interaction and sharing contacts and getting to know each other better across the different disciplines of the medical field. Yes.
And really, if you are a junior, if you don't take advantage of this opportunity to mingle with these brains, then you don't know why you came here.
Well, Moses, there's a question. By mingling, what do you mean? Which form?
I mean, interact. Get a chance to greet, for example, Professor Maswa. Get a chance to sit and talk to the doctor. the Siamese surgeon, you know, you just hear. So, so a few other announcements. Please, let's all make sure we register. I know some of you came in and forgot to register. Make sure you register and make the payments.
And yes, those who made your payments in the morning, kindly go to the reception desk and pick your receipts. Yeah, thank you.
And then today we shall not have a dinner. We want to give you enough time to relax, rest in preparation for tomorrow. However, tomorrow we have a gala dinner. It will be at Soroti Hotel. We shall connect right from here, Soroti Hotel, to enjoy yourselves. Professor Kote calls it Apopi Ikoro RSA today.
Professor Epodi, the handsome face, I wrote that down.
And then special thanks again as we go for our tea to Kumi Orthopedic Center, Bethesda Hospital, UAP Old Mutual, Doctors Plaza Soroti, Clinic Soroti, UMA TESO, UMS SACO. Thank you for the support. Soroti University and Soroti Regional Referral. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it for today. At this juncture, I would like to invite you for the tea, and thereafter we proceed to prepare for the lunch. Thank you so much.
And then lastly, for those without transportation, kindly check the group for the transportation via shuttle.
All right, thank you. Best time in Soroti.
Dear elders, if you happen to leave your specs on the podium, all right.
Oh, my